I will also include this message in the chat for those that are coming them to see it and to read it. And we are still waiting a few other members and authorities to come into the session. So thank you so much. So, César, me ha llamado, ¿me oyes, César?
Sí, sí.
Me ha llamado la punto focal de Palestina y me ha enviado el vídeo por WhatsApp. Te lo envío, ¿vale? No sé si lo vas a poder. Puedo intentar enviártelo por correo, a lo mejor es más fácil, pero no estoy segura de poderlo descargar, ¿vale?
Ok.
Te lo envío de entrada por WhatsApp y si puedo te lo envío por email. Perdón. Well, good morning, everyone. We are going to start the event in almost 1 minute. So welcome to this great day, members of the EU Commission, members of the Consortium Instituto de Salud Carlos III and FTSI, and members of all the MediPIET network, especially members of the National Public Health Institute and the Ministries of Public Health that are our partner institutions. Also, we want to welcome in other networks and collaborators that will join us during the event. I would like to say you some domestic and some instructions that you probably know. Is in order to have a better connection, please unmute yourself and try to keep your camera off during the keynote speech. And once you are going to speak, we will be glad you to switch on your camera and switch on your microphone. So thank you. Welcome to this session. I give the floor to Rodrigo Sarmiento, who is the current team leader of MediPIET. Rodrigo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Concha. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for us to reach this day. And we are starting the ceremony 9:30, and we hope to finish at 1 o'clock. So for opening this ceremony, I'll give the floor to Isabel Noguel, who is our project leader and is from the Carlos III Institute of Health. So please, Isabel.
Hello, I'm excited today. Good morning to everybody. This is a wonderful day for MediPIET. This is the graduation ceremony of this third cohort of MediPIET, the Advanced FTP program for Mediterranean and Black Sea countries. Instituto de Salud Carlos III has been the institution always since the beginning involved in MediPIET, and these last 2 years leading the MediPIET extension on its third cohort. I would like to introduce Dr. Pilar Galloso, Deputy Director of the Instituto de Salud Carlos III and Director of our National School of Health, the institution supporting MediPIET. She's a medical doctor, PhD in medicine, specialist in family and community medicine, health technology, assessment and research methodology. She has maintained her research activity focusing on chronic diseases, leading national research projects and providing GCR publications. I would like to express my gratitude gratitude for including in your agenda this graduation ceremony, Pilar. And now the floor is you. You're welcome. We can hear you, Pilar. Unmute your microphone.
Sorry. Thank you.
Right.
Perfect. Dear colleagues from Mediterranean and Black Sea countries, representatives from European Commission, European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, EU counterpart institutions, and international partners. Welcome to the MediPIET graduation ceremony. As National Institute of Public Health and Biomedical Research Institution, we are proud to have led this useful field epidemiology training program to face population health challenges in EU and neighborhood regions. MediPIET is an EU-funded project launched by DG International Partnership under the Instrument for Stability and Peace, and linked to the Chemical, Biological, Radiological, and Nuclear Centers of Excellence Initiative. MediPIET is led by the Instituto de Salud Carlos III as a public health institution and supported by a consortium set up by ISTI and Spanish Foundation for International Cooperation, Health and Social Policy, with the scientific leadership of the ECDC. This project has been established under a regional perspective to contribute to the overall objective of enhancing health security in the Mediterranean and Black Sea region by supporting capacity building for prevention and control of biological, natural, or man-made health risks posed through a sustainable training program in intervention epidemiology. This project was firstly launched in 2013 following EpiSouth expertise and the successful experience of the advanced FETP program launched by ECDC, the well-known MediPIET program. MediPIET is now about to graduate in its third cohort of fellows. Unfortunately, it's already a consolidated project, since it has overcome all concerns about its continuity. We are now about to start its fourth cohort under the EU initiative on health security and the leadership of ECDC. That is good for the whole MediPIET family. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, travel restrictions and lockdown, from 2020 on, we had to face many challenges. Among them, we had to translate a face-to-face FETP program into an online program. No one FETP all over the world knew how to deal with this unexpected challenge in the middle of the portfolio. Keeping the same quality and results was our main challenge. However, fortunately, we had the best team and counterparts to deal with. I have to acknowledge the strong will from the MediPIET team, the support from DG-DEVCO and later DG International Partnership, and the close collaboration is the ECDC to keep healthy all scientific components. It's true that, like in other battles, we had losses, and there are some fellows that will not be graduated this time. However, all challenging situations have a learning or positive lecture, and all of us had our dose of effort, experience, and new skills from dealing with adverse circumstances. As National Public Health Institution, we are proud to be part of this international evidence-based training program. We have developed all kinds of training material necessary for a good epidemiological practice that are available for future cohorts and for regional scientific and professional counterparts. I would like to thank our counterparts in ECDC, Santé Publique France, and the Greek National Public Health Institute for the support, but also their direct implication in programs, models, and new initiatives proposed to face the pandemic. We have been fortunate counting with a wide range of EU and international institutions collaborating with MediPIET. This is the reason why I have to extend our gratitude to other EU national public health institutions that have intensively collaborated with MediPIET and provide excellent training activities and collaboration. I would like to mention the UK Public Health Agency, Norwegian Public Health Institute, Instituto Superior de Sanidad, the Portuguese National Institute of Health, and my colleagues from ISTI and Ministry of Health that always were available to support the project during the most difficult period of the pandemic. We had together the opportunity to recognize the added value of this program for EU and neighborhoods regions. Today, we are graduating this third cohort of the Advanced FETP program and just engaged in a handover process with ECDC that is already about to launch the fourth cohort and will be ahead of MediPIET this year. Welcome to this last MediPIET event. Despite the fact of the pandemic restrictions, this program has accomplished all its goals. Moreover, all of you, fellows, supervisors, facilitators, national representatives, and counterparts have done a very, very good job. Congratulations to all for putting your best to achieve the best results. After this FTP program, as MediPIET fellows, you have gained many new skills. And now it's time you to implement all this new knowledge in providing benefits to your population and your neighborhood. I would like to finish by giving a special and warm regard to the MediPIET team and to the National School of Health for providing all the available resources to deal with this pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pilar. Thank you for those encouraging words, and especially for having put every resources that we wanted to have included in MediPIET available from Carlos III. We have really much appreciated. Okay, and now I have a little change. Mr. Oscar Diaz, the director of the Spanish Foundation for International Cooperation, Health and Social Policy, the consolidated entity for the management of the MediPIET resources, won't be able to connect by the closure. And this is the reason why I given him the floor just to welcome you. Oscar, are you there?
I'm here.
Welcome.
Here. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the Spanish Foundation for International Cooperation, Health and Social Policy, I would like to thank to the institutional support of the European Commission, the CDC, and our partner countries in France and Greece. Of course, I would like to thank Instituto Carlos III, especially Dr. Isabel Noguer, for trusting us in the management of the project. And last but not least important, I want to express my gratitude to MediPIET team because of their hard work and creativity to adapt the content of the modules in the virtual form, keeping the quality of learning. I'd like also to congratulate all the fellows of the third cohort for their effort while coping with the COVID-19 pandemic and adapting to the virtual learning. This should not be overlooked because it shows your commitment and responsibility towards your country. In the same sense, our scientific coordinators have done a great job with the support of the supervisors of the training sites. We appreciate the great effort of all the countries for the 4 regions of MediPIET area, North Africa, Middle East, Balkan and Black Sea, for prioritizing the sustainability of the MediPIET fellowship despite the COVID-19. In the times of global health, cooperation between countries is essential to overcome new public health challenges. That's why I really wish the same success to the ECDC for the next phase. Thank you for your time.
Isabel, you are mute. Isabel, you are mute.
Oh, sorry. I was saying thank you, Oscar, for that encouraging words that we have very much appreciated. But for this graduation ceremony, and thank you for all your support within the project. And now we move on to the opening of the graduation ceremony, and I'm going to invite our funders, the European Commission, our scientific counterpart, ECDC, and a representative of the MediPIET Training Center Forum. We will start by the European Commission, our funder, DG International Partnership, and Dr. Anne-Sophie Le Carré, our MediPIET project officer. Anne-Sophie is a PhD in veterinary medicine and molecular biologist. After 20 years of research, livestock genetics and virology in academic institutions, she joined the European Commission in 2010, first at DG Research as a scientific officer, drafting the research and development program for improving livestock health and welfare. And she has now joined the Service for Foreign Policy Instrument that directly manage the CBRN CoE initiative, where she's responsible for reducing biological threats through activities for building capacities. In 2014, she joined the Joint Research Center as an expert to support the technical implementation of the EU CBRN CoE initiative, aiming at the mitigation of risk due to the CBRN materials, especially biological threats, pathogens, and toxins. Well, Anne-Sophie, we are glad you to be here. You have been our most important support. You have the floor.
Isabel, thank you. Dear fellows, dear supervisor, coordinator, facilitator, dear all MediPIET family, I'm very honored to be here to attend the third MediPIET graduation ceremony. Yes, it is a very special moment. It's the end of a long process, a huge effort that you fellow first, but of course also you supervisor and the scientific coordinators have undertaken to achieve this final recognition. This cohort was particularly complicated because of the workload that many of you had due to the pandemics, but also because the teaching was mainly remote, and we all know that it is much less attractive than on-site course. Video conferences are very tiring so often, and you could not enjoy the pleasure of meeting face-to-face with colleagues and having a few conversations outside of the course, forging cross-border, cross-cultural links, a specificity of MediPIET. We all miss that old way of training, but you first, of course, and you did it anyway. As a representative of the funding organization and being with you since 2014 in Tunisia, I'm so satisfied to see that after 7 years, the MediPIET family is still strong and alive. I firmly believe this is a flagship project of the EU CBRN CoE initiative. As you know, this initiative is running since 2010 in 62 countries, and it aims at building capacity for the mitigation of risk coming from the release of material, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear material. MediPIET is a great success to help building these biological threats, developing a large rapid work in the surrounding European Union, and also to shape strong relationship between all the countries involved. This is a clear asset when fighting against epidemics as we are experiencing today, and the EU is proud of the achievement of this project. I thank you all for your deep involvement in this venture. Of course, this day represents the end of the phase 3. It's a time of transition, and the new cohort is managed now directly by CDC with the support of DG NIR. But MediPIET does go on for another 5 years, and the new team coordinates with the previous one to try to learn as much as possible from their long experience, especially from the Spanish consortium and their partners. The previous implementers have really done an incredible job the last 3 years to achieve the objective under difficult circumstances. And I would like to thank the whole team for the huge energy they put in. But I won't hold you any longer. I'm eager to hear testimonies from the last 3 years, as well as the keynote lecture. Obviously, we all have enjoyed to be actually together, like in Marrakesh or Brussels, but I'm sure it will still be anyway a great moment for all of us. Congratulations to the fellows, the MediPIET family and its long-time builder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne-Sophie. Encouraging words as usual. And now I would give the floor to the ECDC, our colleague Carmen Varela. She's an epidemiologist with a wide experience and head of the public health training at ECDC. Carmen has been closely working with us during the most hard period of the pandemic, and well, I thank you for that. And you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Dear colleagues, the MediPIET project team in the Spanish consortium, the Instituto de Salud Carlos III, the Foundation for Health, Childhood and Social Welfare, and of course, European Commission, dear MediPIET national focal points, supervisors across the training centers in all the countries, and most important today, fellows of MediPIET Cohort 3. Good morning and congratulations for these achievements of the last 2 years and for graduation. If there is a cohort who knows what it is working hard, this is yours. For most part of the last 2 years, you have been responding to a global pandemic that has changed the way we live and the way we work, while you manage also to conduct your projects and to participate in the MediPIET modules and achieve the learning objectives. COVID has made the learning activities different, with modules organized online and complemented by other activities, readings, webinars, to focus on the establishment of a virtual community of practice. This has only been possible thanks to the adaptability of you, fellows, and also to the extra effort of the scientific coordination team, who has shown creativity and an impressive capacity to make this curriculum accessible even in these difficult circumstances. So while you were studying and conducting the surveillance, outbreak investigations and EPI studies, there was always a big team thinking of you to make your learning experience more satisfactory and effective. And that's why I really want to sincerely congratulate the scientific coordinators and all the colleagues in the MediPIET project team behind the scenes for making this possible. It's really an honor for me and for all the ECDC colleagues involved in this effort to be part of MediPIET since the establishment in 2014. It was a big step to conceptualize a regional FETP in Black Sea and Mediterranean countries inspired by EPIET, and the intense work of the network of training centers to develop the curriculum based on agreed core competencies also in the network was a big achievement in my view. Yes, ECDC has done their best with our resources to support the project team. We have contributed to the review of your projects, and we have sent experts to modules. We have, of course, more in the previous courts offered international assignments. It was not possible, obviously, this time. And we have also contributed to the annual scientific conferences. And here, most of you probably, especially those in the institutes, the national focal points and the supervisors, remember in 2017 in Brussels, when in my view there was this big milestone of deciding that this cohort 3 would be able to start, and that there would be funding and support from the European Commission for this. So this made us all happy. And now with the start of cohort 4 as part of this broader EU initiative for health security, I think we also have a good reason for hope in these times. And here I want to particularly thank the project team in the Institute, Carlos III, for the support in this transition. So MediPIET is a regional program, and it exists to respond effectively to epidemics that affect more than one country. That's why I see that your exchange among fellows and trainers during modules and when conducting projects has surely have a positive impact in the response to the ongoing pandemic, both nationally and regionally. I have a high trust in your competence, fellows, soon in some minutes, graduates, and with a set of methods in field epidemiology that you have learned to use and the skills acquired, your role in public health will become even more essential. This is not only by applying the methods yourselves, but also by advocating for their dissemination in your institutes. You are the first line of defense against epidemics in the region, and I also see you contributing to preparedness plans for future pandemics and health threats. So to finalize with some reflections, the declaration of the pandemic in 2020 and the travel restrictions have been a big test for all of us. I'm next to my kitchen. We missed meeting in person, but with the resilience and dedication that you have demonstrated, and thanks to the network developed together with supervisors, national teams, and coordinators, I believe you can achieve anything you set your mind to. So this graduation is an important step, and I congratulate you and send you my best wishes for continuation of your career in field epidemiology. So congratulations to all the cohort 3. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Carmen, for your positive views and insights. And now we move on to the third speaker on behalf of the MediPIET Training Center Forum. I invite Dr. Nada Ghosh to take the floor. Nada is a medical doctor specialized in public health and social medicine from the University of Lille. She's ahead of the epidemiological surveillance program at the Lebanese Ministry of Public Health from 2000 on. And she's an academic epidemiology trainer at the Lebanese University. Nada is our MediPIET, is a MediPIET TCF member and the national focal point in Lebanon for MediPIET. Nada, welcome. You have the floor.
So, good morning. Do you hear me? So, dear colleagues, it's an honor for me to speak on behalf of the MediPIET Training Center Forum. MediPIET, our Mediterranean and Black Sea Field Epidemiology Training Program network, has as general objective region by supporting building for prevention and control of communicable diseases. The story started in April 2012 at Verrier-du-Lac, followed by the phase 1 of MediPIET from 2012 to 2014, when we worked together to design and establish the MediPIET with the idea to think regionally and act locally. Then MediPIET phase 2 came, which has started in 2014 up to 2018 and extended to 2021. During phase 2, 3 cohorts of fellows of 2 years FETP were trained. The first cohort, from October 2014 to December 2016, graduated 8 fellows from 4 countries, Albania, Macedonia, Tunisia, and Lebanon. The second cohort, from October 2015 to November 2017, graduated 15 fellows from 8 countries, with 4 new countries, Kosovo, Moldova, Montenegro, and Serbia. The third cohort, started in May 2019 to October 2021, is graduating today 10 fellows from 10 countries, with 3 new countries, Armenia, Georgia, and Palestine. And thus, despite the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, including various lockdowns, travel restrictions, public health and social measures, and the distant learning. It's a proud for us to contribute in building national capacity in field epidemiology, to contribute in professional networking, and to contribute for health security for our countries, our region, and our world. MediPIET will continue, and we hope that our fellows will be part of our public health decision makers at short, medium, and long term. I thank you all for your collaborative work, and congratulations for us and for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nada. And now we move on to the scientific area of this MediPIET graduation. I would like first to thank all the speakers on behalf of the different institutions included in MediPIET. And now, colleagues, it's time for science. Like other MediPIET events, we wanted to include a new priority that COVID-19 has shown as an important challenge when dealing with alert, emergency, and response. I'm speaking about mental health. This is the first time that we include such topic in an FTP event, and joining other international institutions like WHO and the European Parliament with the launch of the Mental Health Coalition, we think that it's time to advocate and act in mental health. With this goal, we have invited Professor Jutta Linder, who's a wide experience in public mental health. Jutta Linder is full professor of public health at the University of Emden, Germany, and she's resident scholar at the Brandeis University in the United States. Her main research interests are global public mental health, especially social, environment, and mental health, resilience, violence and mental health, traumatic life events, and mental health, and life course epidemiology. Additionally, she's president of the section on public mental health of the European Association of Mental Health, EUFA. And she was visiting professor at the T.H. Chan School of Public Health at the University of California at Los Angeles. And currently, she's involved in several multicentric research projects investigating environmental, mental health determinants, and resilience trajectories among natives and non-natives. She worked at different universities at in the UK and in Germany. Well, Jutta, I'm glad you to be here, and now you have the floor. Welcome to the MediPIET graduation ceremony.
Thank you very much, dear Isabel. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Lovely. Well, it's a real pleasure. Buenos dias, todos y todas, to be here with you today and to share some of the insights about public mental health and the association and connection we can establish with infectious diseases research and infectious diseases epidemiology. So thank you very much, Isabel, for inviting me. It's a real opportunity to bring the two branches of epidemiology together. public mental health and mental disorders are a specific field of epidemiology. And the question is, why is it important? Why is it important for infectious diseases experts like you are to know more about mental disorders? And why is it now more important than ever in this era of the pandemic, in the era of COVID-19? The question is, of course, what are mental disorders and what is mental health? Mental disorders and mental health for many, many centuries were more at the margin of medicine due to a variety of factors such as stigma and fear. And we can see in this picture from a madhouse that people were separated from the rest of the population. However, we know that mental disorders and mental illnesses present on a continuum. So we can not really speak about a difference between having mental health or having a disorders. Mental disorders are more syndromes characterized by clinically significant disturbances in an individual's cognition, in emotion, and specifically in emotion regulation and in behavior. This might reflect a dysfunction related to psychological, biological, or developmental processes. This means that on this continuum of mental disorders, the whole world is affected. And mental disorders are among the most prevalent sources of the disease burden in the world, affecting the whole world. We have quite good data from the global burden of disease, measuring mental disorders related to disability-adjusted life years. And we can see that a fifth of the known fatal disease burden is due to mental conditions. These rates show us that across the world, the mental disorders are widespread. However, there are differences between regions. And differences suggest that we have differences in the prevalence and in the cause of depressive and anxiety disorders. And we have substantial differences in alcohol-related use disorders. But even if we can identify these differences in dailies, we can see that the whole world is affected by some types of mental disorders. Additionally, before the pandemic, we have the data which suggest that there are significant differences between age groups. And these differences between age groups show us that among the most prevalent disorders are for the 15 to 49-year-olds, depression symptoms and depressive disorders, which is associated with the fourth rank in the total global burden of disease. Additionally, from this data, we know that before the pandemic, the onset of mental disorders is quite early. So the onset is in the early life years, basically between 15 and 25. Additionally, these prevalence rates are changing across the life course, and we see that the older people get, some other diseases become more prevalent, such as Alzheimer and other dementias, and alcohol use disorders and depression tend to be reduced. This means that a large group of the population in the European region and beyond is affected by serious mental disorders, by serious and persistent mental disorders, which can be differentiated from those which are affected by serious disorders or by any type of symptoms or disorder. So basically, in the population which is now affected by the pandemic and which is affected by infectious diseases, many of those are at the same time affected by mental disorders and by some kind of mental health symptoms. On the other hand, we know that mental health is a bit different from the absence of polymental disorders. And mental health relates more to the abilities to develop psychologically, physically, emotionally, and socially and spiritually. This means we have, according to the definition by the WHO, both sides of the coin. We can identify mental disorders related to the pandemic and related to infectious diseases, and on the other hand, mental health. Therefore, important is that mental health and mental illness manifests as a continuum, something which can be investigated by investigating exactly this continuum. During the pandemic, we saw that in many population groups, the means from good mental health were shifted to more symptoms of depression and anxiety. So the whole distribution of mental disorders shifted during the past 22 months. Therefore, we might ask each other, what are the mechanisms of risk? What does it mean? And there are quite good publications about the impact of stress on mental disorders and the impact of stress on the brain, which means that we have in a public health model a variety of factors which have an impact and which need to be investigated, such as genetic and constitutional factors, a huge impact of social relationships, living conditions, and neighborhood and communities, which means here we have the whole area of social factors contributing to mental disorders. And finally, we have infectious diseases which have an impact on mental disorders across the life course. So it is timely to call for more research and to find out what exactly are these influencing factors and how do these influencing factors interact and intersect and increase potential vulnerabilities. We all know that socioeconomic status and social class has an impact on the prevalence of infectious diseases, such as poor housing quality, low education, and exactly the same determinants we can identify as determinants of poor mental health, of mental health conditions, in case another exposure, such as infectious diseases, emerges. Additionally, of course, there are further factors which have to be taken into account, as the physical environment, the built environment, and relationships, including discrimination and inadequate social support. This means that basically the fields of epidemiology should work together to better understand these web of influencing factors which contributes to a variety of outcomes. Additionally, we learn from disaster epidemiology that life events have a significant impact on mental disorders. And investigating this relationship, we can identify that both matters. The number of life events, so for each additional life event, the risk for mental health symptoms, for mental conditions increases. And on the other hand, we know that the quality of these life events matters, and mostly the life events related to relationships are those which affect people most. So in the pandemic, we have a clear exposure of the whole population to life events. These life events may open default lines, which means that due to these life events, the distribution of mental disorders is shifted. And we do not know at this stage of the pandemic whether it will be shifted for a longer time or whether only immediately during the pandemic people are showing signs and symptoms. But we know that the means have been shifted, and the question is now for public health interventions, how to shift back, how to implement interventions which might counteract the risk factor experience of having been exposed to the pandemic, of being exposed to infectious diseases. So again, we are faced with populations which are exposed to a web of determinants, and this web of determinants is associated with their mental health, is with mental conditions. So let me summarize some key messages. Mental health and mental disorders are, according to the most recent data, shaped to a great extent by the social and the physical environment. And the physical environment includes exposures to hazards like infectious diseases or hazards like air pollution. Improving these conditions of daily life before birth and during childhood, during school age, and at older ages provides very good opportunities both to improve population mental health and to reduce the risk of mental disorders, and at the same time to improve population health in general. This means that it was an excellent idea from Isabel to bring together these branches of psychiatric and neuropsychiatric epidemiology and infectious diseases epidemiology, because to really tackle population health, infectious diseases epidemiology, and neuropsychiatric epidemiology indeed should collaborate more. We have clear evidence that infectious diseases influence population mental health, And on the other hand, we have evidence that mental health itself may influence the onset and the course of infectious diseases, looking at adherence to containment measures, for example. So the course of infectious diseases itself is related to mental health of the populations, which means that epidemiologists from different disciplines indeed should work together and learn more from each other to better understand each other and to reach better population health. It would have been nice to meet you in Madrid, but unfortunately this time it was not possible. But maybe there are time for questions, and in case you would like to collaborate more in the field of public mental health, you are very welcome to email me. So thank you again for this great opportunity, Isabel.
Oh, thank you very much, Jutta. I have very much appreciated your speech and excellent points and very comprehensive approach in a very, very short time. So congratulations for having expressed so many ideas in a short time. Now, I would like to open the floor if we have time for some questions and answer. I don't know. Concha, I see. No.
No, just to say that we have time for one or maximum two questions because we are already out of the time. Thank you.
Is there any question from the attendants? I think Jutta have touched a lot of issues really important that should be discussed in an emergency preparedness and response system. I don't see, I don't see any raised hand. Okay, Jutta, I have a question at least. I have many questions for you, but I'm going to select only one question. Regarding the WHO is just included, we are happy for that, as a priority, mental health in all programs related to preparedness, alert and response. How do you feel would be the best way for countries to include that priorities within people and working groups that never have worked together? I mean, epidemiologists from communicable diseases and people working or professional working mental health. I don't know how have you dealt in Germany to include mental health in preparedness and response, which is a big deal.
Well, this is an excellent question. And we have good evidence from NGOs like which already included in their emergency responses mental health modules. And we are very grateful from the public mental health field that the WHO included these training modules as well. So what I think what we can do together is really to disseminate knowledge about mental health, how to recognize mental health issues and how to scale up interventions, not interventions by experts, but maybe interventions which can be done by lay people. So in emergency situations, there's a good opportunity. If people are trained before in recognizing mental disorders or mental health symptoms. And at the moment, I think it is even more important to train or to develop trainings in preparedness, so to develop trainings in fostering resilience, so that the mean of good mental health is, before there are disasters, is at a better level as during a disaster, because disasters always open these default lines and show the cracks in societies. So be stronger before might help to face significant challenges, or the challenges we are facing now. So it's time to collaborate. It's really, I think it's a good momentum to collaborate, and the WHO took the momentum to launch a pan-European public mental health coalition. We are collaborating too, Isabel and I too. So it's a good opportunity really to collaborate, and maybe the only way to overcome the challenges. You are mute, Isabel.
Thank you very much, Jutta. We will continue strongly supporting that idea and include it in our curriculum for the FTP programs, mental health and public health. Thank you very much, Jutta. I'm happy to be here. And thank you for everything. And now we have to move on to the next point of the agenda. And I'll give the floor to Rodrigo Sarmiento. Rodrigo?
Thanks, Isabel. We prepared a video for this third cohort, hoping to show the challenges that all the fellows, supervisors, scientific coordinators, and the MediPIET team overall have to face during this COVID pandemic, and how we can have to deal with the changing from a face-to-face scheme of modules to a virtual learning. So we are going to launch the video right now. So hope this video can show all the challenges that we faced. And thank you very much for all the people that contributed to the video. So hope you enjoy it. Cesar, you can play now.
The COVID-19 pandemic showed us that it doesn't matter where we are placed geographically. We need to work together, regions, countries, in order to face pandemics, in order to face any challenge that can happen.
Any health risks anywhere in the world may affect the rest of the world very fast. The more the people move, the easier the pathogens and the different diseases may move also. And every health risk linked basically to biological agents is a global risk.
Pathogen, but also chemical or pollutions don't know the borders, and once an emergency happens in one country, of course it will probably spread to the neighboring countries.
Communicable and non-communicable diseases, climate change, air pollution are the global threats that can affect everyone, and especially the poor and vulnerable population.
Global health, you could say that is a part of public health, and that it actually addresses a necessary cross-border approach to control the transmission of communicable diseases or other health threats.
And for facing global health problems, we need global health collaboration. This global health collaboration requires understanding each other, learning from each other, and being able to having a common language for working together fast and efficiently.
It's really important that there is a good communication between the countries about new hazards coming, and so that they can coordinate their effort to try to fight the threat as soon as it arrives and minimize its impact.
Global health is something related to the management of knowledge, values, and well-trained workforce. MediPIET is an FTP program. That means Field Epidemiology Training Program. It is focused on training the public health workforce in two regions, the Black Sea countries and the Mediterranean countries.
MediPIET is a project funded by the European Commission that is aimed at building capacity in intervention epidemiology to tackle national and cross-border challenges, especially related to infectious diseases such as COVID.
And that is very much helping non-EU Mediterranean countries to have a way to cooperate, collaborate, and understand each other with epidemiologists working in the European Union, which is the other part of the Mediterranean.
MediPIET project comes from a previous project called EpiSouth that was launched and funded by the European Commission too, and it was addressed to create a network of collaboration for facing public health threats in a common environment that is the Mediterranean area, and it involved EU countries and non-EU countries.
We have to understand that any problem arising anywhere in the Mediterranean may very fast affect all the countries within the Mediterranean, and we have to be able of cooperating for detecting, for preparing, and for responding to all these common risks.
Now we are in the third phase of MediPIET, and we have gathered 18 countries involved in this excellent project to deal with preparedness, response, and emergency.
The MediPIET project is a project implemented by the consortium between the Instituto de Salud Carlos III, the Spanish Public Health Institute, CESAI Foundation, and has the support, the technical support of the European Center for Disease Prevention and Control, the ECDC.
MediPIET is a key program for ECDC because we need to consider that field epidemiology training in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea countries gives those countries an important tool to strengthen the public health workforce.
Proximity with the countries of MediPIET maybe give us a better understanding of the importance to take into account the public health organization in this country in the program.
Carlos III Spanish Health Institute is responsible of the direct communication with the European Union, coordinating the execution and backstopping the project. Fundación CESAI, the Spanish Foundation for International Cooperation from the Ministry of Health, has the responsibility of all technical activities.
The main governing bodies of the project are the Training Center Forum and the Steering Committee. The Training Center Forum is composed by the 18 countries of the consortium, and they give technical advice on the implementation of the project. And the Steering Committee, which is composed by 3 members of the Training Center Forum, the ECDC, the 3 public health institutions from France, Spain, and Greece, and the European Commission.
In the frame of MediPIET, the capacity building is one of the main pillars, and it has to do with training individuals to reinforce institutions. So we are not here to strengthen individuals, we are here to strengthen institutional capacities.
The backbone of the MediPIET project is MediPIET Fellowship. It's a 2 years full-time specialization in field epidemiology.
The scientific content of the MediPIET programs are related to the main functions of a field epidemiologist, such as the outbreak investigation, surveillance, scientific communication, research, and training.
The types of contents included, they are separated into broad categories. One is project-based contents, and the other one is training-based contents.
For the fellows, it's an opportunity to learn how to do their work. They have always the supervision of national experts and also of an international scientific coordinator.
But it also opened their possibilities to link with other professionals in other countries, to establish a personal link, and through this link, these institutions are also connected.
Participating in MediPIET means a lot to a fellow, starting from accumulation of knowledge from experts in the field, from exchange of experience, and continuing this collaboration even after the program is ending.
I think that MediPIET program is really a complete program. We have the theoretical module and we have also practical, but with COVID, it was a challenge for us.
The biggest challenge due to travel restrictions was to translate from the face-to-face to the online version.
In a face-to-face class, you can see the face of the people, of the student, and then you can see if the student is lost when you explain the topic.
There are two main challenges, time and stress. COVID-19 had impacted the MediPIET planned activities during the first phase of the pandemic.
We had to combine the online lessons with the daily work. But isn't that also our goal of MediPIET, to teach us to cope in any situation and any pressure?
The COVID pandemic brought certain opportunities for the fellows, like the opportunity to practice and to work on a real-time huge outbreak and also work on their surveillance skills, but at the same time brought different challenges, especially regarding their participation and their fulfillment of the requirements of MediPIET.
And it was a real challenge. This is the reason why I'm really proud of the team, because they have achieved everything we had planned at the beginning.
2021, we are probably in the best position to understand that global health requires a global approach.
In MediPIET, we have seen an improvement on the surveillance systems, with a number of examples where countries have collaborated.
The European Commission had the vision long time ago to fund this kind of project, which has been a success.
MediPIET was really the best tool to connect people dealing with health and coming from countries sometimes a bit far away, but with similar strengths.
MediPIET is not only important, it's essential. Improve the possibilities to save lives.
Involvement in the MediPIET program is important because it helps to standardize action for promotion health of population.
Training in MediPIET is a key tool to strengthen public health emergency preparedness and response across border in the Mediterranean region and the Black Sea countries.
Either we start sharing information honestly, transparently, with all our colleagues, and we collaborate with each other to solve health problems, or we will be facing new catastrophes, such as the coronavirus, very soon, and we will depart from the same point.
MediPIET is important because it trains us as professionals, contributing to increasing the values of each fellow's country and forming an international friendly community.
A means of increasing knowledge, strengthening capacities and skills in order to share and creating a network, the network of MediPIET family.
Now we have the workforce to work together and to protect not only the European region, but also the neighborhood and the citizens living in Black Sea countries and Mediterranean countries. And that's the most important that we can rise from this project.
Well, Congratulations again to all the fellows. You have done a great effort and a really good job in fulfilling the requirements for the MediPIET for this third cohort in spite of all the adverse circumstances. So congratulations again. Now Concha will introduce the next section. So Concha, please.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Yes, but I was thinking if before leaving more people in the connection, maybe if you all agree, we can set up the group picture, because we are starting to lose some participants. So I would appreciate if Cesar can take the picture of all the participants in this session. So switch on your cameras, don't be shy, and please smile to have
Rodrigo, sácanos que estemos todos y no Concha solo.
Okay, thank you, Isabel. Yes, Rodrigo will try to take a picture of all of us.
I cannot do it. Cesar, could you do it, please?
Smile, please. Okay, just let us know when we can stop smiling in such a forced way.
Okay.
Is it okay? So,
okay.
Thank you very much to all of you. So, let's move now into the following section. We are dealing with a bit of delay. So, I would like to introduce one of the most important parts of this graduation ceremony, that it's not the most important, because the most important is the words and to be focused on the fellows, but we are asking the supervisors and the national focal points at the training sites to say some words addressed to their fellows. The training sites are the national institutions of public health, our partners, that the context, it's the environment where the fellows have put in place the knowledge gain during these 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years training program. And all of those skills and knowledge they had already, but they had improved thanks to MediPIET fellowship. So I would like to introduce, I don't know if she's still connected, Aisha from Tunisia, Aisha Hechaiti. She is one of the graduated fellows of the second cohort, and she is the supervisor of Molka Osman. Rodrigo, I think I saw her connected at a certain point. If not, yes, we can go through. She has sent a video. So, but we can go through the following one while you are preparing the video of Aisha. We have a backup plan always, or almost always, with these troubles with the connection. So let's move to Serbia. The Serbian Institute Ivan Jovanovic Batut is one of the training sites where our fellow Dragana Stojkovic has been doing her job training, on-job training. So I would like to invite Dr. Mitra Drakulovic, the frontline supervisor, to say a few words. Mitra, are you there? I saw you. Mitra, you are unmuted. Sorry.
Good morning good morning from Belgrade, Serbia. This is the third time that I will say my dear MediPIET family in event as this one. It has been more than 2 years since we had our first lesson in MediPIET program. During that time, Serbian fellow Dragana Stošović achieved skillfulness in project preparing, survey conducting, data analysis, and its presentation as in her participation in MediPIET contributed in establishment new surveillance systems on communicable diseases in Serbia, induced by your or MediPIET educations. Application of analytical methodology in outbreak investigations became our everyday activity. Therefore, thanks MediPIET, ECDC, and EU Commission for such capacity building. Thanks also for supporting us to perform first CAP study on vaginal viral infections in Serbia with principal investigator, our fellow Dragana Stošović. Accomplished all MediPIET tasks with a great skillfulness, enthusiasm, and dedication. Therefore, to our graduated fellow Dragana, first, I would like to say, you are here, you did it. My sincere congratulations. And my congratulations to all MediPIET fellows. Thank you and see you again.
Thank you very much, Mitra, for your kind words. Let's move to the following training site. So the National Center for Disease Control in Armenia. The frontline supervisor of Ani and Arayik, and the national focal point is Lilith Avetissian. Dr. Lilith Avetissian, are you there? Can you switch on your camera and your... thank you. Welcome, Lilith. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to welcome all the participants of graduation ceremony of the third MediPIET cohort, especially graduates and their supervisors. I would like to say a few words about our fellows. When they started their education in MediPIET, they had different level of work experience. But during their studies, both of them, due to their effort, were able to acquire serious skills and knowledge. I was the witness how they began to think differently, incorporating scientific ground into their professional judgments. Even their human qualities have changed. They became more sociable, tolerant, friendly, and team-minded. The country, in its turn, did its best to provide unhindered education for them, to ensure that they received their salaries uninterruptedly. They had all the conditions to use databases and to carry out researches. It is very essential for us, as the resource should be kept by us in order to develop our capacities as training site. We are going to invite both of them to teach during MediPIET training site courses and to encourage their career development in every possible way. I wish all graduates and everyone great success in life, professional advancement, health to everyone, and peace to our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lilith, for these kind words. I would like to move now into the National Center for Disease Control and Public Health of Georgia. Dr. Ekaterine Rukadze, can you say something about the Georgian fellows that are, by the way, here in Spain doing
Yes.
an international assignment in the Coordinating Center for Disease Control and Health Emergencies and Alerts at the Spanish Ministry? Thank you.
Thank you, Gonja, with pleasure, of course. Well, I still remember, I have tears, you know. I still remember 3 or 4 years ago when you've been with us, starting talking about having MediPIET and make the center as a training center. And now I'm very proud. Sorry, when we have actually 2 fellows, Gato and Maria. Those are now in Spain, in Madrid. Actually, they and I mean, they're excellent. Actually, they did a lot. It was very difficult for the whole center to work because it was COVID, and this is when we first started having fellows, and we started for doing managing COVID as well. So it was really challenging. And the both girls, they did amazing work, and they are very highly skilled professionals. And MediPIET team, each of you, scientific coordinators, Adela, Angeliki, Iro, it came enormous support from you each and every time we need it. And actually, Bad and Nana as well, those are focal points in Georgia, and now they cannot join today because we are having a 5th wave of the COVID, and they in the field persuading people that they have to vaccinate, and doing an excellent job actually. And the help and support was enormous from them as well. It was challenging, but our fellows, they managed brilliantly because they understand how important is their work. And the programs such as MediPIET actually helped Georgia to rise highly skilled professionals. And in the video, it was very well said. And I want to repeat the importance of networking and having a global approach, global response, joint response to the threats we're facing and we're fighting against. And I'm really proud, and thank you for giving me personal opportunity to be a part, to be a supervisor. And well, and now we have to have the next cohort and the 4th one, and now we are more skillful. I'm in the national part, national supervisors, and we know that you there, wherever you are in Madrid or in Brussels, in some other places, the whole world, you are working for us, with us, and we are working together to fight the public health threats. And I'm very proud that Kato and Maria, they can now really have established as a highly skilled professionals those can undertake everything. I mean, each and every type of academical studies, which is important. And due to this COVID, they've got a lot of experience, and they've been involved hugely in fighting against this threat we're all facing. Thanks again, and I hope that we will collaborate for a long time for better public health for the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Ekaterine.
I was emotional. I'm sorry, I didn't plan that.
This is also about these kind of events and these kind of networks. We are part of a family, and we touch not only the professional area, but also the personal one. So thank you so much for your words. Let's move now to another training site that has had a different experience regarding the MediPIET in this cohort. So Dr. Nada Gons from Lebanon Can you please switch on your camera and say a few words about your the Lebanese fellow? Thank you, Nada.
So, good morning. So, I have a small speech prepared for Riham. So, let's start. So, disease and pathogens are specific to humans. They can affect animals, birds, insects, and our environment. Better human health, better disease control and prevention. There's need to have well-coordinated approach in humans, in animals, and for the environment. This is the idea behind the One Health approach. For Lebanon, the selection of the fellow for the third cohort was in line with the One Health approach, having as fellow a veterinary doctor from the Ministry of Agriculture was a hard choice but fruitful one. The result is the following. Between the Ministry of Public Health and the Ministry of Agriculture, we share same public health language and approaches. We share same epidemiological language and methods. We have the potential to establish and implement joint surveillance and response programs for zoonotic diseases, and priority work areas have been defined like rabies and brucellosis. During the fellowship, Dr. Riham Bassam has shown high motivation and continuous perseverance in conducting the virus project. Also, she had a lot of commitments to keep in her work with the Ministry of Agriculture. She managed to find the time to conduct researches and studies requested under MediPIET and to strengthen her capabilities in the field of applied epidemiology. We are confident that her newly acquired skills will help her establish sounded animal disease surveillance system with link with human disease surveillance system and hence contributing to the strengthening of One Health approach. I thank Riham, I thank Angeliki, I thank Rada for their dedicated work and join me in congratulating Riham for her great achievement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nada, for being explicit and also concise. I would like to invite Cesar to play the video from the frontline supervisor from Tunisia, from the National Observatoire, l'Observatoire National de Maladies Émergentes et Réémergentes. So, do you have it, Cesar?
I am Aisha Hsheishi. I am Professor Assistant in Preventive and Community Medicine, and I'm working at the National Observatory of New and Emerging Disease in Tunisia. I have been honored to be part of this program again after being a graduate of the second cohort in 2017. And I am very happy to see this project was maintained and was achieved its objectives for the third cohort despite the exceptional health conditions. I would like to thank Mulka for her hard work and her engagement during her fellowship and during this pandemic. She had been a big help for our institution. She was contributed to the surveillance of the pandemic of COVID-19 in Tunisia by applying the different knowledge and skills acquired during this program. Congratulate to Mulka and congratulate to all the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cesar, for playing the video of Aisha. Thank you, Aisha. When you will watch this recorded graduation ceremony. So this is the first part of the intervention of the frontline supervisors of the training site that are a key part of the program because the fellows are all working in their institutions. So let's move now to the following part, that is the part where we are hearing from the very protagonists of this event and the heroes of this story, especially in this third cohort that has had to deal with this pandemic. So I will give the floor to one of the scientific coordinators, Dr. Angeliki Lambrou. Angeliki, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kocha. Thank you. Hello from me. I think I'm going to follow Eka's today because we're going to start crying really soon. So before I do that, I would like to give the floor to all our fellows for them because they are the protagonists. So we would like, all of us are here for this. Personally, I'm here for this part, just to hear your feedback on the fellowship. And I would like to give the floor first to Annie from Armenia. Annie is an epidemiologist who is working at the Zoonotic and Parasitic Diseases Department in the Epidemiology Department of the National Center for Disease Control and Prevention in the Ministry of Health in Armenia. And she is, of course, one of our graduating fellows. And I'm very looking forward to hear what she has to say. Annie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So I'm honored to be with you today. I would like to thank all who helped me to complete the course. I am very pleased for this opportunity. It was incredible 2 years and a great opportunity to strengthen professional and personal skills. We obtained an important knowledge which will be used in our career path and for the benefit of the country. This fellowship motivated us to continue our personal career development. I would like to congratulate everyone and good luck to all MediPIET graduates. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annie, and congratulations again. It was very exciting for all of us to have you, and we will still have you. It's a network. Thank you so much, Annie. So now I would like to give the floor to our second fellow from Armenia, Dr. Arayik Papoyan. Arayik is a doctoral hygienist working in the Department of Environmental Hygiene of the National Center for Disease Control and Prevention of the Ministry of Health in Armenia. And we have been very excited to have him. It was also always a joy to have him at least in the face-to-face modules when we had the opportunity to see each other. Arayik, we are all ears to hear your experience.
Thank you very much, Angeliki. And I want to say thank you to the National Center for Disease Control and Prevention of Armenia and EU MediPIET program for this fellowship opportunity. I would especially like to say thank you to Lilith Avedisyan as my national coordinator, and to the Adela Paez as my scientific coordinator for their daily support. During this MediPIET fellowship program, we gained new international approaches how to prevent and control the communicable and non-communicable diseases. So one more time, thank you very much for this good opportunity.
Thank you, Arayik. Arayik is actually in Kyrgyzstan. So he's doing his international assignment, so he has some connection issues, but thank you for making it and talk to us here. It was a pleasure, although we couldn't see you, but that's okay. We hope to see you in the future. Now I would like to give the floor to Katerine Javitse, or else Kato, as we know her, and we call her all these last 2 years. Kato is a public health specialist. She's currently working as a senior specialist at the One Health Division in the National Center of Disease Control and Public Health in Tbilisi, and she's one of our 2 Georgian fellows for this cohort. Kato and Mariam are also both of them currently here. There she is, currently in Madrid doing their international assignment. So they will be hearing from them from Madrid. Kato, the floor is all yours.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. First of all, I want to congratulate everybody on this wonderful day. We made it finally, in spite of all the challenges we faced during the year and a half due to pandemic. What can I say? These 2 years were, I think, one of the toughest in my life. But I think that they made me stronger, more confident, and gave me motivation to do more and pursue my career with more motivation. I am immensely grateful for everything, for your support, for support of Angeliki, especially, and for this opportunity. And it's really a pity that that this is over. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Catherine. Kato, Eka, I think I'm gonna now start maybe crying because Kato is one of my fellows, but I'm gonna hold myself a bit more. Thank you so much, Kato, and we'll give the floor to the person who is next to you, Mariam Pasalisvili, our second fellow from Georgia. She's also a public health specialist, currently working as a senior specialist at the Public Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Division at the National Center of Disease Control and Public Health in Tbilisi. And as I said before, they are in the same room in the hotel in Madrid, currently taking 1 day off from their international assignment in order to participate in this ceremony. And the floor is all yours, Mariam.
Thank you, Angeliki. Thank you, everyone. First of all, congratulations, and I will add several words to Kato's speech. So we are so thankful. I'm so thankful to all the involved organizations who gave us opportunity to participate in such an excellent project by which we gained so much experience. Like, we're totally different persons, and it was such a great experience. It was like unforgettable. And I would like to thank Angeliki, you so much, and Nana and Eka as well, for your, I don't know, invaluable efforts. Like, I'm really happy that you was not only the coordinator for us, but you're our friend. So, like, thank you for all the kind, I don't know, advices, everything which you gave us. And like, I would like, I want to cry. Like, I hope that me and Kato both will be able to, I don't know, contribute not only to our like community, but to the whole country. And like, yeah, I would like to add that MediPIET gave us a different professional view and changed that. So thank you so much. Like, I don't know what to say because I got confused now because I'm so emotional. So to like finish, congratulate you all and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mariam. We will talk later, but yeah, I remember when we started, Mariam, she was so shy to talk when we started in the introductory, but now you can see her being so confident. Thank you so much. And now I will give the floor to our fellow from Lebanon, Dr. Riham Bassam. She's also my fellow, so I'm very happy to introduce her. Riham is a veterinary doctor, that she has a PhD in virology, and she's currently the head of Animal Prevention Department in the Animal Resources Directorate at the Ministry of Agriculture in Lebanon. And she was one of, I'm going to tell that later, but we were very happy to have her because she's one of the fellows who have introduced the One Health approach into our fellowship these 2 last years. So I'm very happy that she managed to graduate and she did it. And she's one of us now. So Riham, the floor is all yours. Riham, I think you are muted, my dear. All the sound, we cannot hear you. Yeah.
Sorry. I would just like to thank you for introducing me and thank you for being my scientific coordinator. I would like to say that during my fellowship in MediPIET program, I have acquired the competencies to write and set and run a surveillance and to lead investigations and to analyze data. Also, I have improved my skills in computer and in networking. Also, I have improved my knowledge and skills in English. So to write scientific articles, reports, and etc. And I could, with the assistance of my supervisor and scientific coordinator, develop my communication skills. And also now I have the ability to link between human and animal diseases in case of zoonosis. And as Dr. Nada said, maybe it's the start for the cooperation between the two ministries with the One Health approach. So briefly, I can say that I have started this program from scratch in epidemiology, and now I am graduating. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rika. Yeah, and she's right. She's one of us. That's why I said she's one of us, because she came from another background, and now we can talk the same language with her. So, and that was the purpose. So I'm very happy with all the fellows, not only my fellows, but all the fellows. And thank you guys for giving us this feedback, because that's the most valuable feedback for us, the scientific coordinators, but also for all the team, because this is the measure of success for us, you graduating and you improving any skills that you thought that they need improvement or developing new ones. So I was very happy to hear your experience. And with that, Concha, I think it's time for a break, correct? Concha, you are muted. I think it's time. Concha, can you hear us?
But
yes, sorry, I can hear you, but something happened here. Okay, yes, thank you so much, Angeliki. Sorry for
Thank
this.
you.
This
No, that's fine.
that
We
always-
have time. We save time.
Yes, we have saved time.
Yeah.
So I think that we have now the small break that we will use. If you want, please bring your cup of coffee, and let's take advantage to see the collage that Cesar has prepared for this third cohort. So Cesar, are you ready? Cesar? If you are among us, please manifest you. Thank you, Cesar.
Yes, it's starting.
Thank you very much, Cesar. Very good job, especially because we had very few face-to-face activities with teachers, and he did a huge research and a huge job to look for features that, of course, all the fellows and the scientific coordinators contributed to provide. So we are now in the break, in the coffee break. So I hope you have had time to take your coffees, and we are still 5 minutes until the next part. Okay, I would like to tell you all and to remind that at the end of this event, around 1 p.m. Central European time, we will have time to have informal chat, and we have prepared two rooms, two breakout sessions, where in one side we will invite all the fellows and the scientific coordinators to be together again. And in the other, we will keep all the rest of supervisors, general invitees, institutions, and national focal points that are still connected. This will be at the end, okay? So if everyone has already finished the the coffee or you are back to the session. We will start again with the second part of the training sites representatives work, so supervisors, frontline supervisors, or national focal points. I see that Dr. Dia is connected, but I don't know if he can say some words or we directly go through the speech that Maria Lacra, the national focal point from Palestine, has sent us. Maria or Dr. Dia, would you like to say something live? Well, it seems that they are not available now. Cesar, can you play the video from Maria Lacra from Palestine, from the Ministry of Health of Palestine? Cesar? So let's give some minutes for Cesar be ready to play the in this second part for the supervisors. Yeah, sorry. Okay. In the meanwhile, while Cesar is ready for playing the video from Palestine, I would like to highlight the importance of the training sites and the people that are around the fellows. So the training site, the national institution that are in charge of surveillance and response, they are the contexts where the fellows are practicing everything, and they are doing it in real life, and especially in this context of COVID-19. This has been more hard and more heavy than ever. So I think that this is really the laboratory, the real life laboratory that the fellows have had the opportunity to work in, and the places where they have improved their skills by practicing during this time. Is the specific places where the idea of thinking globally and acting locally land into reality and make the things happen. I think that Cesar has already the video from Palestine, so let's hear the words of Maria Lacra, who is the representative of the Ministry of Health. She is part of the International Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Health of Palestine, and she has sent us these few words.
Hello everyone, today is a very unique day for Palestine as we are harvesting the first fruits of the partnership with MediPIET as a training site. The Palestinian Ministry of Health is so proud of the partnership with MediPIET network. The fellowship program is so constructive and of high importance in the Palestinian context, especially under the sweeping pandemics. We are very happy that Mr. Samir Sawalha is one of the graduates of Cohort 3 today. Mr. Samir Sawalha was very dedicated and hardworking during the whole period of study. His supervisors were impressed by his performance and quality of work. The studies and research Mr. Sawalha has conducted with the recommendations entailed are very excellent, and the Ministry is committed to meet the recommendations. Our thanks to MediPIET management and team, to Institute du Salut Karlstri, to all partners and supervisors. Congratulations to all graduating fellows. Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much, Maria, for making these words possible to be here today, because she excuses herself because she was in a mission with Her Excellency Ministry of Health in Palestine. So thank you very much for your efforts. And let's move now to the next training site, which is the National Center for Disease Control of Moldova. I think we have here the national focal point, Dr. Dumitru Kapmari. He is also a graduated fellow from the second cohort. So welcome again now as the national focal point of Moldova. The floor is yours, Dumitru.
Yeah, thank you, Concha. Hi to everyone. So at the moment I'm focal point for MediPIET. So I would like to say thank you to all MediPIET team, to all the people who are involved in this and who help us to be graduated in MediPIET. And like you mentioned, I was in the second cohort of MediPIET, and in 2017 we have been graduated for this. So the MediPIET, it's a great opportunity for our country and in general to improve the human resource capacities. So now we have one more colleague who is graduated in this program. We are three: me, Alexei Cheban, and Alina Druk. So we are a team that are growing, and we will try. We have two more fellows in the fourth cohort. So I hope this will be the better way to increase our capacities and to become biggest family, not only in our country but in general in the European region, in the Mediterranean region. So this program is a very good one to help us to know each other and to have this community together. So I want to say my congratulations for all the MediPIET fellows that are graduating in this cohort, for my colleague, for my friends, because I have a lot of friends together in this cohort, in other cohorts too. So my best wishes for all of the MediPIET fellows that are graduating this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dumitru, for your words, and thank you for having raised this aspect of the network that is the added value of this training, of this Mediterranean and Black Sea program. No, it's a regional program, and it aims to reinforce the links between the people and between the institutions that are dealing with the public health threats. So thank you very much. From the side of the training sites, unfortunately, we have the apologies and the excuses from Dr. Roman Rodina from the Ukrainian Institute of Public Health, because he had a last-minute travel and he couldn't record words nor participating today in this session. So I would like to especially thank all of those that are at country level, supporting the fellows, helping them, guiding them. And as Dumitru says very well, there is now a number of people who trained at country level, at country institutions, that are supposing that are the motors for a special change and improvement and modernization of methods and skills to early detect the threats and to have capacities to a fast response to face public health threats. So we close here the part of the supervisors and the training sites side, and we will go again through the experiences from fellows. So I would like to invite the other two important people in the team that together with Angelique Lambro and Juan Donado are the scientific coordinators. So Dr. Iroy Lampidou and Adela Paez, that you all know very well. They are now in charge of dealing with the session of the fellows' experiences. The floor is yours, colleagues.
So good afternoon to all. My name is Adela Paez. You all know me. So I first would like to thank all the national focal points and the supervisors that are today with us, but have also been throughout these 2.5 years leading the process at national level. So thank you very much. And I'm extremely pleased. Today is a very happy day for us in MediPIET. So I'm extremely pleased and honored to moderate this session and to introduce one of my fellows. So Dr. Alina Druk, who is a medical doctor and epidemiologist and works at the National Center of Disease Control of Moldova. So Alina, the floor is yours.
So, thank you very much. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to MediPIET team for amazing efforts during this not easy period. And I can say it was a great experience being part of the third cohort. So I have learned many things and I have gained new skills, especially in applied epidemiology, outbreak investigations, analytical methods, also scientific writing, and all of them, this according to the international standards. So also I gain very important skills, the ability in communication, that is one of the important things for an epidemiologist. Other value is the network what I gained. So I expanded my network with fellows from other countries, and I'm happy to say that we became friends with all the fellows, and in this case it's also easier to exchange the country experience. So in the final, I realized that I changed my point of view in public health problems, and I gained a lot of skills that I'm implementing in my daily work, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. So I want to say big thank you for this great opportunity to be part of not the team but the MediPIET family, because we are all like a big family. So thank you very much.
You are very welcome, Alina. Congratulations from my side, and congratulations to all the fellows for graduating. And many thanks from my side as well to the supervisors and the national focal points for the support to the fellows. And I would like to introduce now my fellow, Samir Sawalha. He is an entomologist and an environmental health scientist. He has been working for many years as the head of the vector control unit in the Ministry of Health of Palestine. And I'm very proud to see him graduating today. Samir, the floor is yours. You are muted, I think.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Iro. Thank you to all MediPIET team. Really, it's a very happy moment for graduation from this amazing project. Actually, MediPIET training program was a great opportunity to improve my competencies in different field of epidemiology, especially in development of research projects from protocol to data collection to manuscript writing. Yes, it's very nice. We have a very good skills in performing scientific communication through participation in international conference and submission a paper and preparing and submission scientific paper to peer reviewed journals. And also we have trained on conducting an outbreak investigation. Also during MediPIET team, MediPIET program, we have training in different communication skills. We use the different tools of communication during this pandemic and closure and online education. Actually, all training modules were very useful, and the application of these tools could improve public health in my country. Finally, I would to thank all of the MediPIET team, all of my friends, and congratulations to all fellows. Thank you.
You are very welcome, Samir. Again, congratulations. The next fellow that I would like to introduce is Dragana Stosovic from Serbia. Dragana is a medical doctor. She is a resident in hygiene and a PhD candidate that we're hopeful that she will finish very soon. And she is placed at the Institute of Public Health of Serbia, Dr. Milan Jovanovic Batut. So congratulations from my side again, Dragana, and I'm looking forward to see what you say.
Thank you very much, Iro. So I have to say that I have really learned a lot in the past 2 years in this fellowship program. First of all, I strengthened and gained new competencies in the areas of public health, applied epidemiology, biostatistics, and informatics, communication and dissemination, and other areas. And because of the principle learning by doing, both in our modules and also in our countries, under the guidance of the supervisor and the monitoring of our scientific coordinator. I had the opportunity to acquire state-of-the-art skills in these areas and to implement all that we have learned in my daily work. And namely, I can now confidently say that I have skills to conduct outbreak investigation, to set up surveillance and perform surveillance data analysis, also to conduct research and to write scientific articles and to present the results on an international level, and also to teach colleagues and therefore to strengthen national capacities. And I have to say that co-occurrence of the COVID pandemic was very challenging, but especially in terms of distance learning and time management. But at the same time, it was also an opportunity to apply everything that we have learned in a real-time situation to tackle the epidemiological situation in our countries. And in that sense, the whole program actually was of immense value for me and for my professional growth and work performance. And I want to mention another important aspect. It's that I met wonderful colleagues from Mediterranean Sea and Black Sea countries, and we established a good relationship. And I strongly believe that these connections will last long after our fellowship, and that will contribute to public health on a regional level. And furthermore, collaborating with MediPIET team was a special privilege, and I love that they established an open and that you established open and friendly environment where we could say anything anytime. We could communicate freely. And I want to also thank the MediPIET team for giving us opportunity to listen to a wide range of renowned experts in public health who share their knowledge during lectures and lessons. And also I would like to mention the special relation and impeccable collaboration with my scientific coordinator and my supervisor, who guided me throughout the whole fellowship. And lastly, I would like to thank once again the entire MediPIET team for the given opportunity, and it was an honor and pleasure to be the part of this third cohort.
So, dear Dragana, our thanks are actually goes to you, and I think your excellency at work is really, really remarkable. So thank you and congratulations. And now I have the pleasure to introduce another fellow of mine. That's Dr. Molka Osman. She has done her fellowship at the National Observatory for Emergency Diseases in Tunisia, and she's a public health specialist. Molka, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Adela. So good morning to everyone. I'm really happy to be here today, this final day, but not the last day. So first of all, I would like to congratulate all the MediPIET team and my fellows. I'm really proud that we made it. Secondly, I would like to thank the National Observatory of New and Emerging Diseases and the MediPIET project for this incredible opportunity that they gave me. This project was really an incredible one. I progressed not only on the professional level, but also on the personal level. I learned a lot. I improved skills that I already have. I'm much better in writing, communicating, and more confident in presenting. I learned a lot also on new skills such as using Stata and other softwares. But in addition to all that great knowledge, the most important part that we created a network. I met wonderful people, be it the MediPIET team, the scientific coordinators, Adela, Angeliki, Eero, my dear fellows, the external participant, Eva, Maite, Concha, and the other ones. I really thank you for all your hard work. And I remember that when I was a first resident here in Tunisia, my colleague and previous graduate fellow that I learned this project from her, and at that time she meant that the MediPIET was like a second family to her, and at that time I didn't understand that, and now really I understand what she meant. You are really a second family for me, and I know that despite it's not only a network, it's really a second family for me, and I know that we will keep in touch. And I miss you really, really, really much, and I hope soon that we will celebrate person to person. And thank you, Adela, for your support, for boosting me, for believing in me, for your positive vibes. And I also thank my national supervisor, Aisha, for her continuous support. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Molka. It's been a pleasure having you. And just before we close this session, I would like to say that there is one more fellow that is not with us here today, Oksana Artemchuk from Ukraine. Unfortunately, she's getting ready for a mission in Kyrgyzstan. She's going to meet Karajik there Saturday. So she excuses herself and she sends her greetings to everybody and her great gratitude for all the MediPIET team and the fellows and the external participants and her supervisor for all the support and the feeling of family that she had. So congratulations to Oksana as well, and the floor is back to Concha.
Thank you to both of you. Thank you to all the fellows for your nice words, for your touchable thinkings and feelings, and for putting here and make evident that this is more than a network. This is not the end of, it's just the end of a training process, but it's just to be continued. No, it will continue, the networking continue, the relationship continue, and the collaboration between all of us will continue. So thank you so much. I will give, let's move to the next part, which is scientific coordinators' words. So I will give the floor to the moderators, Dr. Carmen Varela and Dr. Isabel Noguer. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Concha. Thank you, everybody. We have really had a very moving moment hearing the fellows and hearing the supervisors. And I think that we will still have more opportunities like that now, because in this session we will hear the speeches or the way in which the scientific coordinators address the fellows that are graduating. So it's really a pleasure to introduce you and support Isabel introducing this session. The scientific coordination team in this network is really the one that puts the thread of the net. It's the team that ensures the consistency and the scientific excellence of the products of the fellows, the quality of the curriculum according to the standards that have been agreed, and the mentoring. And this is, of course, done very closely with the supervisors in each one of the training sites. It cannot be done differently. It's what we call the triangle of the fellow, the coordinator, and the supervisor. So their role is essential in this feedback that fellows receive on a daily basis with their projects. And I know this team very well. I've been really pleased to meet you many times in person and to work together. And I know how engaged you are. I'm sure for you there is no calendar. You don't mind. It's not a 9-to-5 job. And you have really managed to bring not only the knowledge about methods and the skills on the technical side, but I think that also this spirit of in-service attitudes. The fact that the intervention epidemiology is really a service. So because of this, I want to congratulate you as much as the fellows. And then I would like to give the floor to Angeliki to make the first address. Thanks.
Thank you, Carmen, for your kind words, and we thank you because we consider you part of the scientific team and the coordination. I guess I'm prepared. I have my handkerchiefs here for starting crying, but I would like to start with my fellows. I was responsible for 5 fellows from the beginning. We split up with Iro and Adela, the fellows. We had a total of 15 fellows, and we took 5 fellows each. And so I would like to use this time that was given to us to address the fellows, my fellows. As I said before, my personal measure of success as a trainer of both students at the academic level and more junior professionals at non-academic environments is the progress of each fellow from the beginning of the training to the end. And with that said, I will have to say that I consider, with all my 5 fellows, those graduating and the one that hasn't made it, I do consider myself successful. So I will go on and talk about why I say this. I will start. Okay, I think Cesar is having an issue, but you will see the photos of my fellows very soon. Cesar is trying to upload them, but I will start talking about Riham in an alphabetical order. Riham Bassam, as I said, is our fellow and my fellow from Lebanon. I couldn't be happier and prouder as a scientific coordinator to have worked and interacted with her. She, as I said, she's a veterinarian with a great experience on the field of virology and veterinary science. We came into the fellowship to gain knowledge, more epidemiology knowledge and skills. And so she, from her position as the head of the Animal Prevention Department in the Ministry of Agriculture in Lebanon, can talk the same language with her EPI counterparts. And actually, throughout this year, she was one of the, if I'm not mistaken, girls, she was one of the first fellows who completed an outbreak investigation, a full outbreak investigation dealing with a human disease, a gastrointestinal illness. And actually, through her, this work, she provided recommendations that will enhance the collaboration between the public health, the animal sector, and the public health, human sector, and the animal sector. And throughout all her projects, including her outbreak investigation, her research project on a zero survey for FMD disease in Lebanon, she has improved tremendously her statistical analytical skills, and I'm very proud of her for this. Through other projects like the animal and human rabies surveillance and establishing a animal surveillance system in Lebanon, and her research projects on FMD in Lebanon, she has, I think through these projects, she will have a great impact on her country, public and animal health system. And through these projects, she has indeed filled in gaps in existing knowledge in her country. In general, I think Riham's goal has been fulfilled, and as she can now speak the same language as us, epidemiologists, and she's actually one of the very few people with the EPI-related skills now in her working environment. On a personal level, my relationship with Riham has been long, but very rewarding ride that I hope to continue in the future. I now have an additional colleague from a very, very close country with mine, which is Greece. So I have another colleague from Lebanon that will enhance, of course, my network with colleagues in the Mediterranean area. But most importantly, I have a dear friend, which I hope to see very soon face to face, as we promised to each other once the COVID-19 pandemic allows us to do so. So with that said, my dear Riham, my greatest congratulations for making it. And I wish you all the best in the future, but I'm very sure we will talk with each other very often. So thank you and congratulations. Now I want to go on and talk about Catherine Cato Jabidez. It has always been a pleasure to work with Cato, one of our youngest fellows actually in cohort 3. She, as I said, she's a public health specialist at the National Center of Disease Control and Public Health in Tbilisi. She has been involved in various work activities and projects dealing with emergency preparedness and response, and now in One Health Division. She has been, for me, she has been one of the smartest fellows, always participating during the modules, asking good questions, taking initiatives from the very start of the fellowship. Also, during this period, she has been on the first line of the COVID-19 response in Georgia, working very long hours and at the same time continuing her MediPIET fellow. So it's a great honor now that she made it throughout these very difficult times. What I admire more in Cato is her ability to thoroughly think in a scientific way. Every question she had and every reply she was giving, even to me in our personal interactions or in another audience, and even in a scientific audience. Is research projects on characteristics of symptomatic, asymptomatic, and pre-symptomatic COVID-19 cases and factors associated with asymptomatic infections in Georgia was actually her original idea, as well as her surveillance projects on Lyme disease in Georgia. And she did that after thinking what knowledge gaps were in the country and what were the projects that she can work on during these 2 years, and she made it. So she has been very successful in doing so. Through her scientific communication skills, she's actually has one upcoming in SkyDay 2021. She has proved to be a true public health professional that provides and receives feedback from colleagues in the most educated and professional way that I have ever seen in a fellow. Always willing to learn more, very eager to participate in field assignments outside of her country. And as I said before, she's now with Mariam in Madrid, fulfilling her international assignment in the Center of Coordination of Health Alerts and Emergencies. And the topic of the assignment is to exchange experience in health emergencies preparedness, surveillance and response between Georgia and Spain. So she's currently there. What can I say after all this? My dear Cato, congratulations. Thank you for these 2 years. But I think we have already agreed that the end of our scientific coordinator and fellow relationship will just mean that from now on will only be friends, close friends, that actually will continue to talk on WhatsApp on almost every day on a daily basis. And before I start crying, we continue with my third fellow, Mariam. What can I say now? Okay. What can I say about the most enthusiastic about this training fellow I have ever met in my life? She's the youngest. This is the youngest cohort 3 fellow. Also a public health specialist working at the National Center for Disease Control and Public Health in Tbilisi. She has come a long way since the beginning of the fellowship. Maria Mascato, she has also been very, very heavily involved in COVID-19 response in her country. She worked intensively at the Public Health Emergency Operations Center. She was the coordinator of emergency risk communication, having call center activities, doing contact tracing in every aspect of the COVID, drafting reports. So I'm very proud that she's here and she made it. She had the greatest, I'm talking about my fellows, greatest improvement statistical analytical skills, always going further in every of her projects, doing time series analysis in her brucellosis surveillance projects, doing a matched case control on COVID-19 risk factors among healthcare workers. And actually, she's one of the main of the first main investigators that participate in a multi-center WHO study that has progressed with an analysis on this topic of the risk factors of COVID among healthcare workers. So I'm very, very proud of her. Next week, she will be presenting in the TEFINET conference her work on brucellosis for a 10-year period. And with that participation and with other participations in conferences, she has manifested what her great improvement in her scientific communication skills, because as I told you, I remember her in the introductory course, very shy and very reluctant to talk in front of colleagues. And now she's presenting in international conferences, and she actually in PRM, and I have one here to testify that she was the one who was moderating most of the sessions. So I'm very, very proud of her. Also currently in Madrid at the same center with Kato, fulfilling her international assignments and hopefully gaining experience because that's her field. And I'm sure about Mariam that she will definitely participate in field assignments outside of her country. She was always the first to show interest in such assignments, but unfortunately our fellows couldn't go very far to do such an assignment because of the COVID pandemic. My dear Mariam, thank you for these 2 amazing years that we spent together. And as we have promised, both our professional and our, and most importantly, our personal relationship will continue on in the future. So thank you and congratulations again. Now I'm going to my 4th graduating fellow, which is Dragana. She's a medical doctor from Serbia, or fellow from Serbia, a medical doctor working at the Institute of Public Health, as she said, in Serbia. Dragana has been from the start the most hardworking, organized, and professional fellow and she did that. She had these attributes in all her work, like during the on-job training and during the fellowship requirements. She had this attitude in all the activities she was involved. She was also involved in her country's COVID-19 response that put extra pressure, of course, on her daily work routine. But regardless of this, and Dragana has amazing time management skills. She is working at the same time in her work position, in the MediPIET fellowship, her residency as a hygienist, and her PhD. So, and she has done that from the beginning. She was the first fellow, at least from my fellows, that have completed at a very early age her research project, and it was her original idea. It was a CAP study on West Nile fever among medical students in Serbia, in Belgrade. And she took it on very responsibly and implemented it at a very, very timely manner. She also identified the need in the country to set up a new surveillance system for tick-borne encephalitis, and she dealt and investigated with the COVID-19 outbreak in her country, and she was involved in various teaching activities targeting different audiences. So I'm very, very proud of her. As she said, I also believe that throughout these 2 years and these fellowships, she developed her scientific communication skills, and she has become more confident. Although she has great knowledge, she knew the answers. She was very reluctant at the beginning to share it with us during the modules, but I think throughout these years, she has improved her confidence, and she's now more confident than ever. At least for the 2 years that I know her, that to interact with her colleagues in a scientific manner. It has been an absolute honor to work with her during these 2 last years, and I do consider her an ideal fellow from the start to the end. And of course, I'm also delighted as a Greek person, as a Greek public health professional, to have a colleague from a country very close to mine, who I can definitely count on exchanging experiences and ideas, but mostly I'm happy that I got to know such a beautiful person inside and out. And Dragana, again, my congratulations for your excellent work during these 2 years. And last but not least, I would like to say a few words about my non-graduating fellow, but who I consider a great fellow, Sipe Krasniki from Kosovo. She's an epidemiologist working at the National Institute of Public Health of Kosovo in the Peha region, and she's one of our 15 fellows who started this fellow. So she has participated in almost all our modules. It was an honor to get to know her and work with her, very independent from the beginning, a very experienced epidemiologist with original ideas since the start of the fellowship. She was thought to assess the knowledge to do a CAP study for hemorrhagic fever in the mountains, among temporary residents in the mountains of Kosovo. She has trained hundreds of medical doctors and public health professionals in her country. And being a very experienced epidemiologist and also a very intelligent person, she has been extremely and heavily involved in her country's COVID-19 response. And she was the only epidemiologist in 5 regions of Kosovo. And that heavy involvement reached to the point that no time was left to fulfill her requirements for graduations. But I think CBO is one of the fellows whose actual fieldwork on responding on the COVID-19 pandemic has the greatest benefit and impact for her country. I hope that her participation in the fellowship has improved her knowledge on methodological aspects mostly and statistical analysis. And I'm very happy to get to know her. She was always the one who was responding to the questions in modules and very actively participating, showing with this her strong will to learn more. My dear Sipe, it was an absolute pleasure to get to know you and work with you. And I will always be here, of course, for you, as with all my fellows, to continue our relationship that unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic interrupted. So even if you haven't managed to graduate, I will have to congratulate you for making that, for participating in our fellowship. And for us, we will always be our network, and we will always learn from you, because you have the most, like, I think from my fellows, you have the most experience in the COVID-19. So with that, I think I spent too much time, but hopefully you will forgive me, and the girls, Iro and Adele, will forgive me, but this is the work of 2 years, and my relationship with the fellows was the best thing that I had. I mean, I love working with my colleagues as well and the rest of the MediPIET team, but the relationship with the fellows is the most rewarding aspect of this work. And now I understand what other colleagues, being scientific coordinators I have interacted in the past, what they meant by having this unique relationship. So thank you all, my fellows. I will congratulate to all of you. Congratulations to all of you. And as I promised, we will surely keep in touch. So congratulations to all, guys.
Thank you, Angeliki, for those warm words that show that what I said is much less than what you are actually doing and feeling for the fellows. And thank you, because with that description, it gives all of us a rich idea of your work and all the work and qualities of the fellows. So with that, then I would like to pass the word to Adela for the addressing her fellows. Thank you. Adela, you are mute.
Sorry, I was saying I'm very moved today, and but I hope I will make it without crying. So I would like to start by congratulating you, all the fellows, on your graduation as field epidemiologist, and I'm really proud of you for your professionalism throughout these 2.5 years, but even more, I'm very proud of your humanity and your kindness, because you started to function as a team very early, as a cohort, and you have been one of the most united cohorts that I have seen. So that it has been really a pleasure sharing this experience with you. And I can also say that actually so I have been with the 3 cohorts, and you have been the cohort who had it really hard. So congratulations, because definitely the COVID-19 pandemic has graduated you as a field epidemiologist. And then I would like to take this opportunity to say some words to my fellows. I would start by Robena Daja, who is a fellow who will not graduate today, actually. So she is a very experienced epidemiologist, working as epidemiologist in waterborne diseases in Albania. And actually, so she was always very active during the first year of the fellowship, but unfortunately with the pandemic, her workload and responsibilities obliged her to quit the program. She had managed to progress a lot, and she had indeed done 3 outbreak investigations by that time, and she had also evaluating the surveillance system of Leishmania. So it's really a pity that we could not, because she was one of the most experienced fellows in this cohort, and that we could not enjoy more her experience, and this time with her. But now she's part of the cohort and of the network. So I'm sure that we will continue exchanging and working with her. And then I will move to the fellows that are indeed graduating today. And first I will start by Armenia. So the Armenian miracle. So we have 2 fellows, Ani Manoukian and Arajik Papojan. They work at the National Center of Disease Control in Armenia, as I say, and I really, so I thank very much Dr. Lilita Vetisian, their supervisor, because she has always been by their side. So Ani and Arajik actually, yeah, as I said, I call them the Armenian miracle because they come from a different background. So Arajik is a doctor hygienist, and Ani, she's a vector-borne disease specialist, but that was previously working in the lab. So they have no real experience in EPI or with biostatistics, and it's really, really impressive how far they have become. So Annie, who also was so shy at the beginning, and now she, so she was indeed the first fellow to get an abstract accepted at the World Health Congress. And she did a remarkable and pioneer work in alveolar echinococcosis. So for the first time identifying the first cases in the countries and providing the clues on how to establish a surveillance system on alveolar echinococcosis. So that was one of her works. And another work, for example, she has also, again, as a pioneer, she has done a research project on the mental health effects of the COVID-19 pandemics. So Annie has, for me, what I would say is that it was a real pleasure to see how she has gained so much self-confidence actually throughout, thanks to the fellowship. And she has now become an epidemiologist, and so she's talking with other, because she has also managed to publish her work, and she is now discussing with other leading scientists very fluently. And then I will mention about so Arajik Papoyan, the same. So he was a hygienist, and now it's a pleasure to confirm that he's also an epidemiologist. but it was really, it was a great pleasure and an honor accompanying him in discovering all about so the principles of epidemiology and biostatistics. And he has done a lot of work with surveillance data, but he has gone so far as now he's actually in Kyrgyzstan doing an international assignment in, so it's a study about COVID vaccine effectiveness there. So congratulations to both Annie and Arajik, and also I really would like to thank you because I have learned a lot about the Armenian culture thanks to you, and it has been, I don't know, we have spent a lot of time together, and it has been a real pleasure going through this journey with both of you. Then a few words about Molka Osman. She is in Tunis, and she has done her fellowship at the National Observatory, which is indeed a very consolidated training center for MediPIET, and we count with the invaluable support of Professor Nisaf Benalaya as national focal point and supervisor, but also with 2 cohorts of graduated fellows, and then Aisha, who was talking previously. She is an alumni of the 2nd cohort. She was an excellent fellow, and she was the supervisor of Molka. So Molka is she's such an incredible epidemiologist and human being. She has, and the queen of multitasking, because she has managed not only to do the fellowship and to excel in the fellowship, but she has also had a beautiful daughter throughout this fellowship. And her work so she has done a lot of work related to COVID, helping the observatory in doing the contact tracing and also in establishing the surveillance system for COVID-19. But in addition, Molka managed to establish a lot of collaborations with other research centers and hospitals in Tunisia to do different research work. So she really excelled at communication, and she had one communication accepted on her very first year at Skyde. So she shared with all of us her work on measles outbreak in Tunis, and then so the rationale for a catch-up vaccination campaign. And well, she was already a very good epidemiologist at the start actually of the fellowship. She already had an excellent level, but she has gained many analytical skills. And something that is remarkable is that she was always very active, always participating in every activity that we have proposed, like webinars. So not only the trainings, and she was always willing to share her knowledge, her experience, and discuss. So I cannot, I don't know, I cannot summarize what a pleasure was having you as a fellow, Molka, and yeah, how, I don't know, how proud I am of yourself. And then, because I have to conclude, so I would like to say also a few words to Alina Druk. Alina Druk works in Moldova. So she is an epidemiologist, a medical doctor, an epidemiologist, a specialist in influenza at the start of the fellowship. So equally, the National Center for Disease Control in Moldova is now a consolidated MediPIET training site, because we have a first cohort with 2 alumni. We have just listened to Dimitri, who was from the 2nd cohort, and also Alexei Sevan, who has equally worked as a project supervisor with Alina. and it's well, it's so I would like to thank them for their supervision, but also because it's clear that they are a team that work very well together, and that love to work with each other and are always there to help each other. So Alina, she started the fellowship also with a remarkable knowledge of epidemiology in general, and for me, she has been one of the most hardworking fellows in this cohort. Actually, she has been working around the clock and without weekends for almost the entire fellowship, or at least since the pandemic began. And she has managed indeed to put in place the part of the surveillance system collecting all the laboratory data at national level. She is the one that developed not only the form to collect that, but also a sort of a dashboard for an easy and readable summary of the COVID data. And she has also remarkable communication and writing skill, communication, as you have seen in the video, and writing skill. But, well, I think, so Alina has it all, but for me, beyond how brilliant she is she's an extremely kind person, and Alina was always there helping the others, and so helping the others catch up with this data or explaining things. So she, well, I have no doubt that she will be an excellent field epidemiologist. So my deep congratulations to all of you, and then it's sort of a very happy and sad day, but I know that this fellowship has just been the beginning of a very long friendship. So before crying, I will give back the floor to Carmen.
Thank you so much, Adela. This was, again, a very important illustration of all the activities and the amazing skills and qualities of the fellows. Thank you. So I will pass the floor now to Isabel, as she's also co-moderating. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Well, time is running, and the most important, I would like first to give the floor to Iro Lampedu, the third scientific coordinator, and then I will add some words to all of you. Iro, you have the floor.
Thank you, Isabel. I know we are running a bit out of time, and we're taking longer than expected to speak about our fellows, but as Angeliki said, these are like the last 2+ years. So I think it really worth it just taking a few more minutes. So from my side, I would also like to congratulate again and again and again my 2 graduating fellows, Oksana Artemchuk and Samir Sawalwa, but also the other 3 fellows that didn't manage to finally graduate, although they've been working hard since the beginning of the fellowship and during the COVID pandemic in their countries. And these are Dr. Alexander Matskov from Ukraine, that maybe thanks to some of the competencies he gained in MediPIET, he became the deputy director of the Public Health Center of Ukraine, and he is with us today. So congratulations, Alexander. And Kela Polosani from North Macedonia, that she has been in almost all modules. She was the cohort representative. But since she comes from a small public health institute, she was fully immersed into the response into COVID. So at the end, finally, she didn't manage to finish with the assignments. And finally, Mr. Khaled Karouf from Palestine, an amazing character and a great soul that he has also been greatly involved into the response in Palestine in COVID at the beginning with surveillance, contact tracing, and later on with vaccine implementation. It's been a pleasure meeting these people, and again, this is the beginning of a relationship, not the end. A few words specifically about my graduating fellows and about Oksana. As I said earlier, Oksana Artenchuk is a Ukrainian medical doctor and epidemiologist. She has a PhD in medical management, and she has been working for years in the health center of the Ministry of Health, Public Health Center of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine as the head of the influenza department, and she has been working also in other communicable diseases. So during her fellowship, Oksana has demonstrated clearly her ability to work hard under difficult situations and to perform multitasking. She has always been very... Sorry? She has always been very polite, very professional. She was respecting the deadlines, and she was always asking for advice and support when she was getting stuck in some of her activities. She was a committed fellow and very eager to learn and gain new competencies, but also very humble to accept constructive feedback on her work and to take it further. So in these last 2 years plus, Oksana has conducted many projects in the areas of influenza surveillance and burden of disease, in foodborne outbreak investigations like in Salmonella and botulism, and in a research study involving the pneumococcal vaccine knowledge, attitudes, and practices of Ukrainian doctors. That was a nationwide survey that will inform the implementation of the pneumococcal vaccine in Ukraine in the coming year. During her fellowship, she also taught public health professionals in collaboration with WHO and through the Public Health Center. And she presented her work in scientific meetings and in an influenza world conference. So through these assignments, Oksana has improved greatly her skills and competencies. She furthered her skills in surveillance, but she learned new stuff about outbreak investigation, research methods, how to do advanced statistical analysis and time series, how to operate STATA, although that was very difficult at the beginning for her, as I guess with everybody of us that we first come in contact with STATA, and she learned how to write better scientific reports, manuscripts, and to prepare presentations for a scientific audience. So Oksana is dedicated to working in public health and epidemiology and in improving and protecting the health of the Ukrainian population. So I'm very proud of her being her scientific coordinator, and I will certainly miss our long meetings and the discussions we had about science, disease, epidemiology, statistics, but also about life and everyday problems and achievements. So I would like to thank her for being my fellow and having the patience to bear with my comments and my numerous requests. And I wish her good luck in her next steps. I'm sure we will continue working in the future together and expand this wonderful friendship. So congratulations to Oksana for graduating from the fellowship. Regarding Samir, as I mentioned earlier, Samir is a Palestinian entomologist and environmental health scientist with master's degrees in public health and environmental science. He is the head of the vector control unit in the Palestinian Ministry of Health and been working on human disease vectors, their control, on legislations, on the use of pesticides, and in raising awareness in the population about environmental awareness and sanitation. He has also participated in numerous research studies in the past, and he has published in scientific journals. Samir is a generous and very kind soul with a lot of patience, but also with a strong scientific mind. He approaches a given topic using evidence-based knowledge and methods, and he always goes deep into the heart of the problem. During his fellowship, Samir was hardworking and dedicated in producing high-quality work, and always eager to improve his skills and learn new things. So in the last 2 years, she came up with a lot of ideas about projects and lots of initiatives, and many of these projects became a reality. So some of them, they included the analysis of hepatitis A surveillance data, and she investigated cases and clusters of vector-borne diseases like visceral leishmaniasis and imported malaria. His research project was an intervention study on leishmaniasis vector control, and actually that was the first of its kind worldwide. So he generated new knowledge on novel vector control methods. And additionally, during his study, he identified one leishmania vector and one parasite that are reported for the first time in Palestine. So I'm very, very proud of this study. She also had the opportunity to teach other health professionals and to communicate the findings of his studies in scientific meetings, in training courses, and in a SCIDE conference. So through working in these assignments, Samira gained knowledge on how to conduct outbreak investigation, how to analyze surveillance data, and to deal with diseases that they had nothing to do with vectors and entomology. And she improved a lot his skills in basic and advanced statistical analysis. She also learned how to do time series. And although at the beginning she also struggled with Stata, she finally mastered the software as well as EpiInfo, and now he can run independently his own studies. Another domain in which she improved greatly was his scientific writing and communication. Through the development, as he said himself, of different protocols, of abstracts, of a manuscript, and his English language has also greatly improved. So to finish, Samir is a devoted health professional with a genuine interest in the betterment of the health of the Palestinian people that has a lot to offer to his country. So I'm honored to have been his scientific coordinator, and I'm very, very proud of his advancement and achievements during his fellowship. He has always been very patient with me, filling my gaps in entomology and elaborating the specificities of his projects. I will certainly miss our discussions about sandflies, about research and statistics, but also on how to collect olives, how to care for our vegetable gardens, and how to make homemade soap. So congratulations to Samir for completing the fellowship, and we will certainly continue working together in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Iro. To conclude this point of the agenda, I agree with Carmen's words, and I would like to add that you, scientific coordinators, you have been the heart of this project and the engine of the progress. You have been able to translate every training activity from face-to-face to online by working almost 24 hours a day and getting trained in online resources. And it was really a challenge. MediPIET has been a success, but thanks to that amount of challenges you overcome, you have become expert on new technologies and online and virtual activities and events, and you have developed a wide range of communication skills and fellows supporting fellows different ways. You have replaced the overwhelmed supervisor when needed in order to support fellows and training sites. I should say that this third cohort would have been impossible without your clear determination and your excellent skills to deal with any kind of challenge. I also want to mention not only the three scientific coordinators, Adelaide, Angeliki. I also want to mention the fourth scientific coordinator, Juan Donado, who was responsible for the successfully project review module second, just after being hired. And to my colleague in Instituto de Salud Carlos III, Alicia Padrón, who was always supporting me in scientific issues. Congratulations to all. Very, very, very good job. Thank you very much. And it's over from me. I give the floor to Concha and Cesar for the next point.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you and congratulations to all the fellows, the graduated ones and the non-graduated, because we have seen that this pandemic has, in fact, graduated all of you in the real work, despite some have received the diploma and some other not. The next part, you will see that due to the fact that we haven't had conducted this event, this graduation ceremony in a face-to-face way as we wish to do so, we asked the collaboration of all the partner institutions that has been really, let's say, willing to organize in-country graduation ceremonies for all the fellows receiving their diplomas in a face-to-face way. So I would like to thank all the national focal points and supervisors and the fellows to organize at partner countries, institutions, and to have organized these events and also to have recorded them. So I would like also to thank not only the public health institutes and ministries of health that were in charge of doing it, that they are our partner institutions, but also the EU delegation that took part in some of the countries, and also to the CBRN Centers of Excellence at country level that took part in these events. So I hope that Cesar has prepared already the first video. You will see that we have mixed them to have them in two parts. Thanks.
I would like to thank all of you for attending this important graduation event. Also, I would like to thank all of you to give me this opportunity to attend MediPIET. It really means a lot for me to be here as a MediPIET fellow for graduation. The fellowship program that I completed has been exciting and enriched period in my life. Working and studying at the same time, especially at the time of COVID pandemic, was not easy at all. But follow-up, supervising and support from MediPIET team during the pandemic facilitate difficulties, and we managed to continue fellowship online. In the help of my supervisor and scientific coordinator, we managed to identify and apply research projects related to our need in Palestine. Its application will save efforts, money, and protect public health and environment. The abstract accepted in SCID Conference 2020 and published in an abstract book. We hope to publish this project in a scientific journal.
It's very nice also to be here to see that our programs are supporting the ministry, but also civil servants in upgrading their capacities to serve the ministry and the Palestinian population and enhancing their capacities, the investigations which can be to the benefit of the whole population. It has been, I understand, a quite significant endeavor for the ministry, because you have to work, but at the same time to be involved in this training for a couple of years, for colleagues, for the supervisor. So it is very important that the ministry could make the effort to free a bit of your time to be involved in in this training. It has been also been very much affected by COVID, moving from also partially in-person training to only virtual training. This means also that this program, MediPIET, is relevant for your work, having the objective to support say, safety, health throughout the region. And very glad that we could contribute to the work and to investigation capacity and to upgrading of the capacities in general of the ministry. Thanks and Mabruk.
First of all, congratulations, Dr. Samer Sawalha. It's a great pleasure for us in the ministry to have such an expertise. Mr. Eduardo Como, head of the macroeconomic support, social development, and institution building of the representative office of the European Union in Palestine. Dr. Ran Salman, director of the Palestinian National Institute of Public Health. The national focal points and scientific supervisors, Dr. Dia, Dr. Rand, and coordinators, colleagues, and friends. I am so happy today as we are harvesting the first fruits of the MediPIET Fellowship Program funded by the European Commission. The Palestinian Ministry of Health, represented by the Preventive Medicine Department, in collaboration of the National Institute of Public Health, has luckily been recognized and acknowledged by the MediPIET Scientific Advisory Board as a training site since 2017. Fortunately enough, we have managed to join Cohort 3 with 2 fellows, and now we are celebrating the graduation of Mr. Samer Sawalha after successfully completing all program requirements. Mabruk. On this occasion, I can say that MediPIET program, since its launch in 2014, has proved to be a pioneering program of enhancing health security across member and targeted countries by supporting capacity building for prevention and effective capacity building of the public health services in the region. The training, knowledge, and expertise our staff have gained either as external participants or fellows have significantly contributed to improving the quality of health services delivered and enhancing the governance of the work. We are really proud of the partnership with the EU and EU Commission and being a member of the MediPIET network. Therefore, we are expecting that we will have candidates for cohort number 4, and they go on the same road as Mr. Sawalha have gone, because actually we need epidemiologists in the country, not because only the pandemic, but as you have just heard about Mr. Sawalha work during his training about leishmania and others that are existing in local places as epidemic in Palestine. Therefore, we need this expertise and to be all over the country. Thank you very much.
I am very happy to celebrate this very special day. Congratulations, Moika, for finalizing this course of MediPIET project. Congratulations to Aisha, your supervisor, for the very hard work conducted during this very special day, and also congratulations for all the scientific coordinators.
Okay, thank you. I have been honored to be part of this program as Mulka supervisors after being graduate of the second cohort. I would like to thank Mulka for her hard work and her engagement during this pandemic. She has been very helpful for our institution. And congratulations, Mulka, and all the best for the future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I would like to thank, first of all, the National Observatory of New and Emerging Diseases for giving me such a great opportunity to participate in this program. And secondly, I want to thank all the scientific coordinators and my national and international scientific coordinators for this experience. And I'm really proud to be part of the MediPIET family. Thank you.
Today we know that it's very important to improve our knowledge, experience in the field of epidemiology for the specialists who are fighting against different communicable diseases and health threats, particularly in the era of COVID-19. But at the same time, it is very important to share your gained experience among your colleagues, different partners in regional level. Oksana, please come and take your diploma. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It is a great honor for me to receive this diploma, and I would like to thank all the MediPIET family that made this happen, and special thanks to my scientific coordinator, Dr. Iro Yevlampidou, and my supervisor, Dr. Roman Robina, for their enormous help and support during my fellowship. Thank you so much.
Thank you too. Once again, congratulations. I would like to cordially congratulate all of you and wish you great success during this difficult period. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
We have a very important day today in the National Center for Disease Control and Public Health of Georgia. It's the graduation ceremony of the MediPIET Field Epidemiology training course organized by European CDC and supported by European Union. And two fellows, two graduates of NCDC co-workers, young fellows, has graduated successfully the course, and they are now fellows of this very important program. Generally, the surveillance of infection and non-communicable diseases for the National Center for Disease Control and Public Health is one of the major and I will say the first priority, particularly now when we have a COVID pandemic globally. And the human resources development and human resources training is one of our major, the priority. That's why I'd like to thank to European Union for the support generally and MediPIET for accepting Georgians as fellows of these very important courses, and I hope that in future many Georgians will have a possibility to be participants of this important program. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the EU delegation to Georgia, I'm very happy to be today here in the premises of the National Center for Disease Control and Public Health at the ceremony of handover of certificates to two Georgian graduates of the MediPIET program. This is a big achievement for Georgia because it will gain two very good and educated professionals in epidemiological field, especially having in mind the COVID epidemic situation in country. And I would like to stress that human capital development and continuous education is a top priority of EU Georgia as well as EU and Eastern Partnership countries' cooperation, and I do believe that in coming years the number of Georgian graduates from this program will be only increasing and bringing added value to Georgian health care system.
Today we are celebrating the successful graduation of our fellows, Mariam and Ekaterine, from MediPIET. In spite of COVID-19 pandemic, they managed to fully contribute to MediPIET assignments and use the gained knowledge and skills for COVID-19 response in Georgia. I would love to congratulate them on this exciting occasion and wish them luck in their future path.
Georgia is a member of the MediPIET program since 2015. During this time period, Georgian specialists were able to join different modules within this program and gain knowledge and experience. Their knowledge. Our fellows, first fellows, Katarina Jabidze and Mariam Pashalishvili, joined the project in 2019 during the third phase of MediPIET. And they had possibility for their professional development, gain knowledge and skills, and improve their scientific communications. We know very well other benefits of this project, regional project. First of all, it is development of networking. Since in 2009 in Georgia was implemented South Caucasus regional project, field epidemiology and laboratory training project that was implemented by U.S. government. It was program for Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. And since that time, our professionals are collaborating very strong. The MediPIET gives us possibility to extend our collaboration to Mediterranean and Balkan countries. And you know that this kind of collaboration very important in terms of One Health and to promote global health, to join our efforts in order to fight against global threats. Finally, I would like to congratulate our fellows. These are first fellows from within the MediPIET project, Mariam Pashalishvili and Katarina Jabidze. And thanks to all our organizations that they were participated in implementation and development of this project, such as ECDC, European Union, Carlos Tertera University, and MediPIET team, as well as the DG-DEVCO and other organizations to play main role in development of this wonderful project.
I would like to take this opportunity and thank National Center for Disease Control and Public Health and all the involved organizations for giving me a chance to participate in such a wonderful project called MediPIET, which gave me a knowledge and gave me the chance to change my professional view. And I hope that I will be able to contribute not only to NCDC with gained knowledge, but also to the whole country.
I would like to thank NCDC for providing this lifetime opportunity for me. And also I'm very grateful to all the organizations and entities that are involved in the implementation of the MediPIET project. I'm very grateful to my scientific coordinator, Angeliki Lambrou, and my supervisor, Ekaterina Ruadze, who provided so much support, encouragement, and effort. I will try to do my best and use all the gained knowledge in my everyday work in Georgia.
So congratulations to all. We have another video, and while Cesar is preparing it, I would like to especially mention not only all the national institutes and ministries of health for having organizing this, but also those that are training centers, not also training sites that are part of the network and have sent external participants to the modules, not only the face-to-face, also the online. I would like to especially mention two persons that are not anymore part of the team, that are Maite Manzanera, who was a previous team leader, and Eva Valdez, who was our logistic officer, and that play a huge role in organizing many of the face-to-face activities and contributing to during the whole project, almost until the end. I would also like to mention the contribution of other networks to our work during all this time. Especially mentioning Medilab Secure project. It's also a CBRN CoE project with whom we have organized a lot of activities, especially with Institut Pasteur and Instituto Superiore di Sanità, also with the SONAR, UNICRI, and all the institutions that have contributed. Also to all the CBRN CoE national focal points for the support at country level. There are a lot of people to say them thanks. I don't know if Cesar has already the following video. Thank you so much, Cesar. So let's move to the following graduation ceremony. Just to say that there is one country that couldn't manage to organize the in-country event because of a huge outbreak at the institute level. But fortunately, everyone is healthy and they will organize it later on. Thank you so much. Cesar, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today here at the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Armenia as we welcome the graduation ceremony of the third cohort of MediPIET course. First of all, I would like to welcome First Deputy Minister of Health, Ms. Lena Nanushian.
Dear colleagues, it's my honor and pleasure to be part of this graduation ceremony of the third MediPIET cohort. I would like to start by mentioning that the past year was full of challenges that significantly increased the burden on the health care system of every country. In these uneasy times, what helped us to push forward was collaborative action. The national unity, regional cooperation, and global solidarity are essential to these efforts. I want to continue by saying a word of thanks and appreciation to the EU, ECDC, and particularly MediPIET for continued support and effective collaboration. In 2019, Armenia as a training site for the first time was represented in the MediPIET Field Epidemiology Training Program with 2 fellows. During the past 2 years, Dr. Araik Papoyan and Dr. Ani Manukyan, with supervision of Dr. Lili Davetisan, learned essential public health functions for prevention and control of communicable diseases. And now they are capable of disseminating their knowledge, skills, and attitudes and nurture a regional network. The knowledge and information received during the MediPIET program will be very useful and will provide effectiveness in further work of National Center of Disease Control and Prevention of the Ministry of Health on the epidemiology. It will help in development of legislation, implementation of principles of integrated measures for the prevention of communicable and non-communicable diseases. All these will highly contribute to the ensuring public health safety of population of the Republic of Armenia. The years of work with MediPIET Field Epidemiology Training Program proved that without joint efforts, it would not be possible to overcome all difficulties and to achieve better health for all. Armenia, as a training site, reaffirms its strong commitment to work closely with the MediPIET program and partner countries aimed at advancement of health agenda. I want once more time express my gratitude for MediPIET's continued support and assistance that allow us to exchange experiences and to fight as one to fight all the uprising challenges. Continue to work to achieve fair and equitable access to health for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to welcome the Head of Division of Global Security and Export Control of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia, Mr. Mikhailov.
Esteemed colleagues, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia, I would like to use this opportunity and to congratulate all, and especially Dr. Ani Manukyan and Dr. Araik Papoyan for the successful completion of the MediPIET 2-year training program. We express our sincere gratitude to the European Union and ECDC for the continuous support and capacity building in the field of health security, and especially epidemiology. For almost 9 years, Armenia has been participating in the MediPIET field trainings with more than 20 beneficiaries, I guess, who have received important knowledge and expertise and are contributing to the National Center of Disease Control and Prevention of the Ministry of Health. After this COVID-19 pandemic, we are all in this together, and only through shared knowledge and experience we can make it easier to overcome global challenges of pandemics. So I'm sure that our beneficiaries' MediPIET experience will stretch far beyond the borders of Armenia's health security system, and they will be able to contribute also to regional on regional and global levels. Mentioning this, so I'm looking forward to continue this important collaboration. I wish all success to NCDC and MediPIET in future programs. Thank you very much.
I want to start with words of thanks to the National Center for Disease Control and Prevention of Ministry of Health of Armenia and EU MediPIET program for this fellowship opportunity. I would especially like to express my gratitude to Lili Davedisyan as our national supervisor and Adela Paez as our scientific coordinator. During this MediPIET fellowship program, we gained new international approaches to the control and prevention of communicable and non-communicable diseases. All these will contribute to a more efficient work, and as a result, we will have healthier population both in Armenia and around the world. Thank you very much.
Dear guests, dear colleagues, thank you for honoring this graduation ceremony event. First of all, I would like to congratulate fellows for successful graduation. I'm truly grateful for everything what MediPIET project have done for fellows in their personal capacity development, especially considering this complicated time related to COVID-19 pandemic. There are so many people I want to say thank you, people without whom I would not be here. I'm really proud to have you by my side. It was incredible 2 years. We gained valuable knowledge, and once again, thank you.
So, for MediPIET Cohort 3 from Lebanon, Mrs. Jihan Bassam, you have successfully completed the 29-month field epidemiological training program. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And what's this for our team? This is for you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. From Lebanon.
My name is Alina Druk. I'm an epidemiologist from National Agency for Public Health from Republic of Moldova. As I remember the year 2007, I graduated the school and I had to choose the university where to go. I wanted something linked with numbers, but my mother is a mathematics teacher, so she wanted something in medicine. And after that, I combined these two things, numbers and medicine, and then finally was only one thing, epidemiology. My work contains with surveillance of influenza and respiratory virus, but from March 2020, I'm responsible in surveillance and control of COVID-19, so I'm supposed to collect all the data regarding this disease in all territories. In 2019, I have applied to European program MediPIET. I had the opportunity to develop my professional skills, to exchange the country experience, to learn from the professionals, and I have opportunities to implement all the skills that I get from this MediPIET program in my daily work. This diploma represents for me the successful completion of 2 years of training in complicated pandemic conditions.
The fellows that we currently have in Moldova for MediPIET program bring a lot of expertise and capacity to our public health system, and we really hope that they will make a great value and will contribute a lot to the success of our public health system.
This project has been established under a regional perspective to contribute to the overall objective of enhancing public health security in the Mediterranean and Black Sea region.
I want to say a big thank you to European Union for investing in us, thus to increase the professional level of Moldovan epidemiologists.
So congratulations to all the training sites for all these in-country graduation ceremony that have been done very well and in difficult conditions. So I don't want to wait more to pass through the following point. That is, in fact, the closure. So Rodrigo will present the speakers in this closure. Rodrigo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Concha. Congratulations again to all the fellows. And I also like to take the advantage to congratulate Concha for leading the organization of this event. I think it was really challenging and a huge effort, but I think it was so emotional. So many thanks, Concha, for the effort.
Thank you to all.
The final remarks, we have introduced first Carmen Varela from the ECDC to their closing remarks. So Carmen, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's difficult to add anything to this super moving ceremony. But I would only like to reflect that, of course, learning is a lifelong experience, and that there is a continuum, that we may have different roles we play. Some of you have graduated from the third cohort, and you now are continuing, and I hope you do, playing a key role in MediPIET. We, individuals, institutes, partners, are all, I would like to call it a community, a professional community or community of practice. We need to keep learning because it's the only way to go from here. We will need to use also our skills and our experience acquiring MediPIET to learn from this pandemic and how to do things better. But my message in particular to the fellows is that MediPIET doesn't end here. I don't need to tell you, you know. You will have more opportunities, and definitely CDC and the team that will work with Cohort 4 will make sure of inviting you to activities and to involve you as much as possible, engaging you in training as supervisors, as trainers, as mentors. You definitely are already the ambassadors of the program. So I only need to tell you again, congratulations, and thank you very much for this inspiring ceremony and for all the organization behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carmen, for your words. Now, I'd like to give the floor and also thank Isabel for leading the project, for bringing the project for the Institute of Public Health, Carlos III, and also for relying on the management of the CESAI Foundation. So thank you to Isabel for bringing the project to us and give us the opportunity to work it together in this project. So I'll give you the floor, Isabel.
Thank you, Rodrigo. I'm really proud to have been part of this project. And you know, as a national public health institution, we have put contribution to this international FTP program that has provided me so much learning experiences. I have no words to explain my gratitude to the public health professionals involved in MediPIET, not only in our institution, in Instituto de Salud Carlos III, but other national public health institutions and international projects like MediLab Secure that have collaborated with us strongly, and other CBRN CoE initiatives that also supported MediPIET. I want especially in this closure to mention the MediPIET team for making reality this project and graduation, and for having dealt with close dates and face unexpected conditions due to the pandemic. I would like to mention Eva and Maite, former logistic officer and team leader. I would like to mention Cesar Jimenez, the communication officer, and the last one incorporated and dealing with the really challenging conditions due to the pandemic and to the travel restrictions. So we were forced to organize everything online. I have already mentioned the 4 scientific coordinators, Juan Donado, Adela Paez, Angelique Lambrou, and Iro F. Lampedu. Alicia Padron, my colleague at Carlos III, and Concha Martin, the key expert and organizer of this graduation ceremony. And finally, the MediPIET team leader, Rodrigo, thank you. You were the last one incorporated, but you have intensively been close to the project. Additionally, I have to mention my dear colleague, Marieta Iradier from the Foundation FSSI, that supported me with the workload of the administrative management and budget. Marieta, our gratitude for your excellent support. Thank you very much. We complete this cohort today, but we remain happy to know that MediPIET will continue and our colleagues from ECDC will take over it. The MediPIET network is healthy, and the FTP, the best way to learn epidemiology and protect our populations, remains alive. I would like to stress my gratitude, of course, to the European Commission for their support, to Anne-Sophie Le Carré and Isabelle Daou-Maleval at the beginning, and for funding and believing in FTP programs as the best way to promote stability and well-trained workforce in European area and neighborhood. And well, finally, congratulations, dear fellows, and do not forget what you have learned with this program. Keep always learning, studying, linked to the MediPIET network, and providing the best evidence for action to your decision makers. And that's the key. That's the key. Keep in mind. Carlos III will keep you, MediPIET Cohort, in our annals and alumni network. And here in Carlos III, you have your school and your Spanish home. Thank you very much to all.
I am proud of all of you.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Isabel. I would like to give the floor now to Dr. Nisaf Bouafif Ben Alaya, who has been involved in MediPIET since the very beginning during the preparatory phase when we were discussing under the frame of under the leadership of ECDC, discussing all the program, the curriculum, the core competencies and everything. She's since 2016 the chair of the Training Center Forum, and we are glad to have you today, at least in the closure. Thank you, Nisaf, the floor is yours.
Thank you for all MediPIET team. Really, I don't have any word to add after this very successful experience altogether, and also after seeing this very nice ceremony. I have something to add is related to the fact that when we was experiencing this pandemic of COVID-19, we have realized that the MediPIET is a very, very great project. Why? Because all fellows were involved in our risks and were involved in all our activities, working 24 hours in response at country level, and also we have our third fellow participating to the MediPIET, and it was for us a great challenge to keep all other activities. It was not easy for us to keep all other activities, but congratulations for MediPIET to succeed to have this third cohort in this very challenging period of time. For us, we are very happy to be part of this MediPIET family and network, and we hope to keep this networking active, because we have demonstrated that we need this kind of training and we need this kind of networking. I am very happy that we will continue all together this very great experience with the ECDC and with the third cohort. I am sure that altogether we will succeed to better prepare the next pandemic, because we have realized that one of the strengths during this pandemic is field epidemiology training programs, because people in countries with such kind of program, we were able to conduct in a very well way our field investigation, outbreak investigation, surveillance, data analysis, and I am very hopeful for MediPIET, for the European Commission, for Carlos III Institute, and for ECDC for giving our countries this very big opportunity to be able to have people ready to respond to this pandemic. But we need to continue, because we will see other pandemics and we are not well prepared, and there are other domains that we need to continue investigating in and invest in these domains. Field epidemiology is one of the domains, but lab capacity, preparedness are also very important in the future. I am so happy again to be part of this team. I would like to congratulate all of you for this very hard work. We were not able to be present in all the activities of MediPIET during this last pandemic because of our engagement in the field and in the response to the pandemic, but you succeed to keeping our fellows very well trained, and it was a very successful program. Thank you for all of you. All the best for the future, and all the best for the ending of this pandemic, to see how to continue in the future. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you very much, Nisaf. It was very nice to see you again back to this space. And last but not least, we have the final words of the funders, the European Commission, former DG DEVCO and now FPI. Anne-Sophie Le Carré, s'il vous plaît, the floor is yours.
Merci, Concha. Thanks. I don't know what to say as the last word. Everybody has been so nice and so good to express what MediPIET was meaning for us last 7 years, and even before, as mentioned by Nada, that it has been already started in 2012. So I would like to thank the team for the organization of this very, very nice ceremony with a lot of creativity. It was nice to try to have something very interactive, even if we are behind our screen, each of us. And it's a really great job you did. It was very emotional. I will take the opportunity to thank especially Concha, who has been there forever, I would say, in this MediPIET venture, and she has been very present to support the country, the TCF, and try to connect at best the dots. And I think she was really a very important person for this. Of course, all the others were important, but I have already spoken about the other. And I'm happy to know that the MediPIET concept is going on with ECDC, and I hope all the graduated fellows and the other will be incorporated in future events and keep the connection they have, because I think the connection is very, very important, that you have the contact of the people in the neighboring countries to call them and check what's going on with the country, exchange experience. And I think this is really a key point. And I'm happy to have listened to Nisaf, who was telling that through the training that has been done already previously, it has had an impact on how they were able to react to the pandemics. And of course, as a funder, if you could do something or write a paper showing how important was the training during those years to better fight the epidemics, even if I know we were not prepared, but if we could do something together about it, it would be very great to show that the EU money is spent correctly with all the partners. So this is something that it's still on the table, and I hope we will be able to write this type of paper and show it to the public. So we'll end here. It was really nice. Thank you all, and I hope to see you somewhere sometime. Maybe in another venture, we don't know. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne-Sophie, who has been with us since the very beginning, and she has been involved in many activities. So thank you very much for your support as person and as professional in a very important institution. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I think that we have done it. We have now time to informal chat. It has been a big pleasure for all of us, especially for me, that I'm involved in this region since 15 years. So I would like to thank the whole team, from Cesar, who has done a big job today with all these videos and things that has been very challenging. Adela, Iro, Angeliki, and Juan, who have been behind the scientific part. Also to Rodrigo, my colleague in this adventure in these last few months. To, as already mentioned, Maite and Eva, and also to Isabel, who has been leading the project, to Marieta, to Oscar, and to all the FFSI staff, and to all the single person at each country institution that have been involved somehow in all these years we have been working together. Thank you to all of you. We are saying almost goodbye from this project, but we continue, as we have said, we continue with the networking, and we will see each other somewhere, somehow. Please, for those that are going to stay, we have invited fellows to go to the breakout session, and all the rest of supervisor, national focal points, invitees, people, we will stay in this session. If you want to have an informal chat, you are welcome. And well, the leading role of today from the MediPIET team is almost over. Thank you, all of you. Thank you to Carmen on behalf of that has been taking part here. And I wish you really a very long and healthy life for the network, for the program, for MediPIET. Long life to MediPIET.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Congratulations.
Thank you. So maybe I think that you can start to go to your breakout session. Iro, Angeliki, I don't know if you are already there.
No, actually, it's Angeliki speaking. Thank you. I haven't. Yeah, there is no breakout session.
I don't know if I have to. Okay, I'm.
Okay, now it's
the
starting.
breakout sessions.
Yeah,
okay,
now it's starting.
Sorry, I was the one who had to.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, just let me know when you want me to close it. So all the fellows and the scientific coordinators have this private space for them. So
thank you, Concha, for giving us this space.
yeah, you deserve it. And for the rest, feel free to comment, to say whatever you want, to switch on your cameras and to stay or to leave also. Thank you, Cesar, for this. I don't know how to say it in English. This Orla. I would like to have it and to print it.
We will send it to all of the team of MediPIET and also for all the fellows.
Great, thanks. I don't know if all the people are in the breakout session already, all the fellows, and we are just here.
I think some of the fellows are here.
Yes, but they are assigned to the other session. Okay. Yes, maybe because they have connected under a different email address than I had assigned them yesterday. Okay. So I'm happy to see that we have here also, I don't know if Pranvera or Ariana. Greetings from Madrid. Maybe they are not listening. And also Ahmed Ergik. Allô Ahmed, est-ce que vous êtes là? No, they are not here. So if anyone else want to say anything, okay. Thank you, César. Muchas gracias, César. Ha salido muy bien los vídeos, ¿eh?
Sí, ha salido todo bien.
Sí, sí.
Ha
estado
costado, pero
fenomenal.
está bien.
Ha sido fenomenal. Mucho estrés, pero ha estado fenomenal.
Todo perfecto, ¿eh? Y la velocidad de la red estupenda, con toda la cantidad de gente que había conectada de tantos sitios, ha sido todo muy bien, ¿eh?
Sí, sí, la verdad que sí. Yo pensaba que íbamos a tener más dificultades,
Yo también, sinceramente, creía
pero
que iba la cosa
ha ido
a
muy bien.
petar con
Y,
tanta gente, pero ha ido muy bien.
sí, y en cuanto al tiempo, bueno, hemos ido muy bien hasta las palabras de las compañeras, pero era necesario también. Yo me alegro de que se hayan extendido porque para eso estamos aquí hoy, ¿no?
Yo creo que
Sí.
así como un reloj ha estado perfecto. Se ha cumplido el
Mm.
horario, perfecto. Vámonos, terminamos tarde. La verdad que está muy bien.
Sí, sí. Yo me alegro y los vídeos súper profesionales, ¿eh? Han quedado.
Sí.
Incluso los que duran más hasta mañana.
Sí, 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 yo eso no esperaba que lo pudieras poner, la verdad, porque cuando he visto que me enviaban esta mañana los vídeos, ¡puf!
Hasta esta mañana han enviado vídeos.
Han enviado vídeos hasta mañana. O sea, es que ha sido bastante estresante todo.
Sí,
Pero
que
bueno,
sean maritos estos, desde luego, sí.
ha ido bastante bien y ha sido, bueno, yo creo que han tenido el protagonismo que merecían, aunque se les ha dado poco tiempo a ellos para hablar, pero ha estado muy bien.
Bueno, en la
Yo no sé
ceremonia
si
también hablaban.
esta
Sí,
metodología
¿perdón?
online incluso es más fácil y menos cansada que una cara a cara presencial. Yo creo que si
¿Perdona?
hubiera sido presencial hubiera sido más pesada quizás.
Sí, no lo sé. La verdad que, bueno, también era la primera vez que organizábamos algo así, ¿no?
Pues desde el punto logístico hubiera sido más pesado, pero más fácil desde el punto de vista de la organización, porque
Sí.
el tema de organizar con los videos, que lo manden, que unos envían uno más largo, otro más corto, con distintas especificaciones, y después ponerlo todo en común, yo creo que ha sido bien complejo, ¿no?
Sí, sí, sí. No, y hasta anoche además, César, ayudándome porque ha cambiado las características del WebEx y ha sido bastante estresante porque cosas que podíamos hacer antes ahora no nos dejaba la aplicación hacerlas. Entonces ha sido hasta ayer, no sé qué hora era, César, a las 9:30 de la noche.
A las 9:30 estábamos con ello y yo estaba a las 12:30 acabando el vídeo de los fellows todavía.
Sí, sí, y yo contestándole, revisando que me han enviado algunos las palabras que iban a decir, revisándoles y contestándoles para ver si había algún error o algo, que bueno, alguna gente pues ha tenido la deferencia de enviarlo, ¿no? Así que bueno, ha sido bastante curro, pero bueno, podemos aplaudirnos
No,
a
pero
nosotros mismos
ha merecido la pena, la habéis
porque
hecho
ha
muy bien,
merecido la
desde
pena.
luego.
Sí, la verdad es que es una pena porque esta cohorte le ha tocado duro y bueno, yo creo que al final esto está siendo, bueno, aprendiendo, aprender haciendo, ¿no? Entre
No,
todos.
pero yo creo que la experiencia de a distancia no ha sido muy negativa, ¿eh? Yo creo
No,
que en muchos aspectos ha sido incluso positiva, ¿eh? Creo yo.
ha sido buena. Lo que pasa es que este tipo de proyectos tienen el componente del networking y de la parte afectiva que se genera a partir de la presencialidad y del compartir, que se vio truncada muy pronto, ¿no? Solamente hemos hecho 4 módulos en presencial. Entonces,
Pero
bueno.
yo creo que en este tipo de cursos, el networking se debería hacer con talleres, con cosas más lúdicas, más que en concursos. Los cursos son más cansados y es más complicado hacerlo, ¿no? Pero si se hace un taller, una reunión lúdica o algo, no lúdica totalmente, sino una más relajada, ¿no? El networking funcionaría mejor, ¿no? Si se hace un par de años, ellos hacen 4 y creo que funcionaría mejor, ¿no?
La verdad es que yo creo que
sí.
el face to face tiene esa otra parte, que es el rato del tiempo de estar en el curso, y luego tiene la gente, se va a tomar algo, se establecen vínculos bilaterales y vínculos de grupo, ¿no? Tiene todo eso. Cuando haces un viaje, mueves a la gente, en fin, tiene toda esa parte.
Y
Pero
luego
bueno,
las visitas a los training sites, que
claro.
se pueden hacer cortas, pero también se pueden hacer un poco más largas, por ahí de una semana. Así
Sí.
el coordinador científico pueda reunirse con el supervisor del training site y trabajar un rato con los fellows. Y yo creo que eso nos faltó mucho. Realmente, desde online sí lo veo más complicado trabajarlo así.
Sí.
No, la visita habría que hacerla obviamente presencial, ¿no? Pero yo digo, algunos módulos y esto se podrían hacer online porque tienen buenos resultados, creo, ¿no? Y utilizar la parte presencial para otras cosas distintas, ¿no?
Sí, aparte del networking y de la interacción social, que es lo que tal vez se pierde, el tema de los contenidos teóricos y científicos, yo creo que